So, morgen und herzlich willkommen zum zweiten Tag der zweiten Runde der Saison 2020 der Rotax Challenge Germany hier in Wackersdorf. Wir haben heute weitere 13 Wertungsläufe, die den vorletzten Lauf der Saison schließen, bevor wir zwischen den 9. und 20. Oktober nach Wittgenborn fahren. Seiltraining beginnt um 10:20 Uhr, wo das erste Wertungslauf am Tag um 11:40 Uhr beginnt. Wir wünschen Ihnen also viel Spaß bei der Action im Laufe des Tages, der auch viel Sonnenschein verspricht. Los geht's mit Vollgas. Good morning and welcome to the second day of the second round of 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season here at Wackersdorf. We have a further 13 race day, which will conclude the penultimate season before we head to Wittgenborn between the 19th and 20th of October. So qualifying about to get underway, and the first race gets going, the first of 13 races all the way through the day, starts at 11:40 local time. So we hope you all enjoy all the racing over the course of the day, which also promises to have plenty of sunshine. Without further ado, let's go racing.
Also, heute kannst du die Arme nicht verbrennen. Ja.
Guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen zum zweiten Tag der zweiten Runde der Saison 2020 der Rotax Max Challenge Germany hier in Wackersdorf. Wir haben heute weitere 13 Rennen, die an dem vorletzten Lauf der Saison abschließen, bevor wir zwischen dem 19. und 20. Oktober nach Wittenborn fahren. So, Zeittraining ist wieder komplett. And now we get to racing. So first up is the second race of the German Kart Challenge, the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100, GKC 100, and we have 14 minutes on the clock. And here is your grid. Starting from pole position will be the 204 of Mark Hrisser, with the number 91 of Martin Terheiden alongside. The number 33 of Stefan Hüpfeld will be joined by the number 57 of Andreas Kreuzer, with the number 66 of Stefan Aul, and the number 69 of Mario Simon on row 3. Tobias Igler, the 61 and number 30 of Johannes Kier, rounds out the top 4 rows with Florian Bucher and Udo Brunner rounding out the top 10 positions. And it's Christopher Bucher and Thomas Verhaus in 4 and the turn round out row 6. Patrick Larouche in 13, ahead of Yannick Eder, Sacha Moir, Alexander Materna, Maximilian Severin, Roman Adolfi and Andreas Matis. So they now go on to their formation lap ahead of 14 minutes of racing. So over the course of the day we will have 13 races, including this one, taking us through to around about 4:30 to 4:45 this afternoon. A total of 31 races being contested all the way over the part of the yesterday and today here in Wackersdorf at the Pro Kart Raceland circuit. So following on from yesterday's GKC 100 race, we had one very interesting race. 13 drivers made it to the finish. finish. As they now head towards turn number 12. Before we get the racing action truly underway here under the Sunday morning sunshine. Temperature set to hit around 22 to 23 degrees Celsius, but the action on track will be even hotter than that as they come round the final corner. Let's see if we get a clean start first time round. Lights go out, we are racing, and a great start by Ter Heiden, who goes towards the side-by-side position on Visser as they head through to turn 4 for the first time. As there's been a multi-cart incident, and there's about 4 carts that have ended up being compromised at the back end of it. So turn 4 has seen 4 carts being casualties at the very, very start of proceedings. We just make their way through turn 11 for the first time. Looks to be leading ahead of Ter Heiden. Looks like we've got yellow flag conditions heading into turn 4 as the leaders make their way over the bump into turns 13 and 14. So 13 minutes and 7 seconds to go, plus an additional lap as Ter Heiden now puts the pressure on Visser for the lead and goes up the inside of the 204 through turn 3. So the drivers that were involved in that looks to be Tobias Ickler, Christopher Buffer, Thomas Fahos and Sasha Moore that have now ended up, well, dropping down the order. Looks like 2 carts will not be taking any further participation at the very least. Some drivers have profited as a result of that. Now he's clear up to 7th ahead of Jan Eder, Maximilian Seppin and Andreas Mattis landing at the top 10. Looks to have made a bit of a breakaway from Mark Visser in the battle for the lead. Stefan Hupfeld rounds out the top 3. A little bit further back, we've got a few drivers battling over what looks to be 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th position. Ter Heiden now has a gap of nearly half a second over Visser. Ickler, Fahos and Sasha Moore are now out of the race. So 3 drivers are now sitting at the sidelines, unfortunately, as they watch the rest of the race unfold trackside by the marshalling posts. Martin Ter Heiden, who's leading the way as they come through the turn 9-10 chicane, is ahead of Mark Visser. Stefan Hupfeld rounds out the top 3 in the 33. One is clear in the 13. Rounds out the top 4, so it's really wide going into turn 11. I never thought I'd see that one. Drivers looks to be the 66 of Stefan Aul. And just up ahead, we've probably got the likes of Maximilian Seppin, who looks to be flying forward at the moment as things stand. 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go of the race, and Mark Visser is now over 8/10 of a second behind Martin Ter Heiden, who continues to lead on the IAMI-powered Mark 1 chassis. The TM engine powers the X-Prix of Mark Visser, as does a TM on the parallel chassis of Stefan Hupfeld, who looks to be being closed in on by Maurice Clear in the Max de Panel CRG. 7 up to 5th. A lot of drivers still battling away. You've got the likes of Andreas Cruz, Andreas Mattis and Alexander Materna battling over that 9th position. Looks like there's a bit of a move up the inside, and that was Materna up the inside, probably of Andreas Cruz, I believe, through turn 12. So we've had a 3-second penalty. There's a plus 3 seconds being shown to the number 66 of Stefan Aul, who's currently circulating in 7th position as Mattis and Materna have got past Cruiser for 9th and 10th respectively. So we're on to lap number 5 of the race, as we've had someone go off big time just on the outskirts of the entry into turn number 4. The drivers still pretty much circulating at the moment, and someone, you see a big plume of exhaust gas. So just saw that from the back of the 87 of Andreas Mattis going through turn 9 as he puts the power in to get through the corner. Maurice Clear has set the fastest lap of the race in 4th position with 51.064 second lap time. 9 minutes and 40 still to go. This is still trying to close on Ter Heiden and is doing so as Maurice Clear in 3rd, also trying to make some headway. Visser now closes the gap to Terheiden to just over 0.66 of a second. Clear in third, Hupfeld, Severin, Edel, Auer, Matis, Materna and Mario Simon round out the top 10 positions. Christopher Buffer in the number 4 is the other driver that is now off of turn 4, but luckily enough the driver and cart is safely out of harm's way. So we have 15 out of the 19 starters still competing. So just 5 minutes completed, 9 minutes to go plus a lap. Terheiden looks to be closed in on a little bit now by Mark Visser in the battle for the lead. Visser starting from pole, clear in third, about 1.5 seconds in rear. Hupfeld, Severin, Eder, Stefan Au, Andreas Matis, Alexander Materna and Mario Simon still closely fighting over what is effectively 7th position. But between Stefan Hupfeld and Maximilian Severin, the gap between them has been closing down, as Hupfeld had a 52.1 second lap time last time around. It was a 51.2 for the driver behind him, forward of 34.7. Mark Visser now closes once again on Martin Terheiden. The gap was just over 0.4 of a second last time around. The leaders come across the start-finish line. And looks like they set exactly the same lap time, the 51.072 second lap time by the duo out in front, and they are being closed in on ever so slightly by Maurice Clear. Clear was the fastest out of the top 3 with a 50.917. It's a side-by-side through for turn 5, and that looks to be that Maximilian Severin has got past Stefan Hupfeld for 4th position. Andreas Matis still fighting away now. He's got someone closing on his back bumper as he carries through turns 9 and 10. Just behind is the number 9 of Alexander Materna. Battling over 7th position. We're now into lap number 8 of this race. Materna has got past Matis, but Matis trying to fight back through turns 13 and 14. The gap between the two leaders is 9 exactly 0.4 of a second as Mark Visser goes ever so fractionally faster by about 13 thousandths on that last lap in comparison with Martin Terheiden. So we still have 15 runners and riders in the second Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 category. Will we turn our attention back to Rotax Power after this one? 6 minutes and 34 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Maurice Clear has closed quite substantially. He took over 0.4 of a second out of both Mark Visser and Martin Terheiden on the last lap and putting a 50.74. So his drivers hustle their way under the gantry towards turns 2 and 3. Gap in the form of the lead has gone still back into the favour as we've had someone break down quite substantially as the car started to slow as the driver powered out of turn number 4. Just keep an eye on that particular driver, and that was Alexander Materna in the number 9. So that now effectively promotes Andreas Matis into the 7th position, and just ahead of him is Yannick Eder, who was about 5.5 tenths in front of Matis. Fastest lap of the race now goes to Maurice Clear, who closes the gap to Mark Visser as the top 3. Right, we've got a yellow flag on marshal post number 5. Turner is out of the start, possibly just off the outskirts of turn number 9. So a real shame for the number 9 driver of Alexander Materna, retiring on lap number 11. That puts him on lap number 10 where he retired. So at the moment, top 10 is as follows. Terheiden leads Visser. Maurice Clear is closing on the 2 in front and has got a real good run coming out of turn number 12. So the top three cross the start-finish line, and clearly in the backdraft of Mark Visser, using the dirty air on the slipstream to his advantage to close up on the two in front. So it looks like Alexander Matema will bring us down to 14 drivers. And in many respects, we had 13 drivers complete the first race yesterday, but this time around, looks like a few more drivers are starting to move up the order. Patrick Labouche has now got past Stefan Aul for position, as we've had a 3-second time penalty given to Maurice Clear for pushing. So that will drop him, well, that will keep him in third position. It just depends on how quickly he can get past Martin ter Heijden. Well, he's going to go past Mark Visser. Oh, that's close going through turn 3. But he manages to make the move through, and now has Martin ter Heijden in his crosshairs as one of the back markers gets out of the way. So ter Heijden is now being followed by Maurice Clear. Mark Visser rounds out the top 3 positions. We've got 3¼ minutes still to go. As now ter Heijden coming under quick fire. Quick pressure now being applied by Maurice Clear through turn 12. And now go over the bump, over through turns 13 and 14. We now complete lap number 13 with 2 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock to go. As Maurice Clear now does the same manoeuvre up the inside of Martin ter Heijden to now take the lead of the race on lap number 14. And now has started to try and see if he can pull a gap. Now if he can get 3 seconds ahead of Martin ter Heijden in the dying stages, time is fast running out, 2.5 minutes to go. So ter Heijden is now in second behind Maurice Clear. Mark Visser still keeping within the distance of the pair. Maximilian Severin in fourth, Stefan Hupfeld in fifth, ahead of Yannick Eder, Andreas Matis, who now, it's getting a bit closer between fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh and eighth. So it looks like we've got actually fifth to eighth. Hupfeld, Eder, Matis, and Patrick Labouche. We've had another 3-second penalty issued, this time to Stefan Aul for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines when the rolling start happened. Some drivers taking a different line going underneath the gantry through the chicane into turn 3. That includes Andreas Matis, who used a tighter line to go into the right-hand sweeper. He's got the number 30 of Yannick Eder just up ahead, as well as Stefan Hupfeld. So Matis looking to get a good result today, as towards the inside of Stefan Hupfeld looks Yannick Eder for a gap, but he's being closed in on by Matis through into turn 11, and Matis makes the move up the inside of the number 30 and now takes 6th position. And that is a great effort, considering he had a retirement after lap 5 yesterday and has now started fighting back. So 60 seconds on the clock remaining. The lead is now coming through into turn number 6. And Maurice Clear has not broken away from the 2 behind. So Martin ter Heijden effectively is de facto leader ahead of Mark Visser. With the way things stand, Maurice Clear will end up being demoted to 3rd place as a result of that 3-second penalty. Matis now closing on Stefan Hupfeld for 5th place as they now negotiate their way through the chicane. The lead is now exiting turn 12 over the bump through the turns 13 and 14. Clear on the Maxter powered CRG chassis still leads the Ayami powered Mach 1 chassis of Martin ter Heijden, and the TM powered X3 of Mark Visser, and 204 rounding out the top 3 on the road. Fast coming to the end of the race, as they will now exit turn 6, and as they head into turn number 7, that's it, time's expired. Top 3 now making their way through the chicane. 4th at the moment is Maximilian Severin, but still Matis is trying to push and pressurise Stefan Hupfeld into an unforced error as they now go through turn 7, 8, into the 9-10 turn chicane. And just a big blast from Andreas Matis' exhaust system once again as he powers through turns 9 and 10. Last lap ball is out, so Morris Clear still ahead of Ter Heiden and Visser as they go through turn 3 for the final time. But what will happen between Ter Heiden and Visser in the dying stages of the race, that will be the person that will take the victory, as Morris Clear has done more than enough to keep third effectively. As Mattis closes up to Stefan Hupfeld going through turn 4, as it's a side-by-side between Labouche and Eder, as Labouche gets up the inside through turn 5. Leaders now coming through towards turn number 12. The checkered flag now being prepared for the conclusion of the second and final race for the Gentleman Kart Challenge 100 here at Wackersdorf. So across the line, it will be Morris Clear that takes the checkered flag, but as a result of that 3-second penalty, it will be Martin Ter Heiden that will take the victory ahead of Mark Visser. So 4th place across the line comes Maximilian Severin. 5th place as they battle their way across towards the line. Who's going to take 5th? It is Andreas Mattis by that's 33 thousandths of a second. Mattis takes 5th, fractionally ahead of Stefan Hupfeld. Patrick Labouche recovers from yesterday, finishing 7th ahead of Yannick Eder, Mario Simon and Stefan Aul. Round out the top 10. Stefan Aul does have a penalty, a 3-second penalty that will drop him to 11th at the end of it all, with Andreas Kruse in the 57th rounding out the top 10. Udo Brunner and Florian Buffer round out the 13. Did finish the race, albeit it being a lap down from the rest of the competitors. Romano Adolfi out on lap 11, Alexander Materna on lap 9, Christopher Buffer on lap 2 with Tobias Ickler, Thomas Fahos and Sascha Moore, unfortunately having their race ended in the multi-card incident on turn number 4. Now we get to our first of two Micromax races here at Wackersdorf. So here is your grid for the first race. 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Let's have a look at the grid. After time qualifying this morning, the number 23 of Marlon Di Salvo is on pole position. Alongside will be the number 11 of Maximilian Pilch. Then Alexander Klugel in the number 80 and Maxime Becker in the number 55 will round out row number 2. Niklas Casarino in the number 12 and Olli Glan in the number 18 on row number 3, ahead of the number 95 of Gabriel Hoffmann and the number 14 of Kenyon Washington. Noah Janssen and Matthias Schulte round out the top 10 positions, with Tom Reger in the 88, Leopold Jouch in the number 13 and Christos Malakos completes the 13-strong running order in the number 27 as they now head on to the formation lap. So a very interesting race 3 yesterday evening, where we had multiple carts. I think I counted about 5 or 6 trying to go for the same space of tarmac at turn 4, and some drivers managed to get through and some drivers unfortunately ended up compromised. But that is part of racing. So they come through the turn 9-10 chicane as we wait for Christos Malakos and Leopold Jouch to join the back part of the order as they now get themselves steeled and ready for their first of 2 races. A total of around 20 minutes of competition for these young drivers, the youngest out of the Rotax racing classes. So the drivers now keeping us waiting as the anticipation builds. The tension is pretty high as after this weekend we will head to Wickenborn, to the Vogelspring, in just a few weeks' time, towards the tail end of October, between the 19th and 20th. So now they come over the bump, through into turns 13 and 14. The drivers now come out of the final corner. Splits, go into the tram lines, revs rise. Lights go out, it's a clean start and we're off and away as, what a start from Olli Glan, trying to go up into nearly the lead as it's nearly 4 abreast, trying to go into turn 3, it's 3 wide, coming through the corner as they all make their way through turn 4. It's just about keeping it clean through on the first lap, as some drivers managing to use the outside of the exit of turn 4 to actually slingshot their way past us up the inside. Gabriel Hoffmann trying to make his way through up into 4th place, manages to get behind Olli Glan as it's nearly 2 abreast going through turn 7. As it's side by side for what is effectively 5th position, but coming out on top of that one is Maximilian Pilch, who has the number 14, and Kenyon Washington just behind. So now there could be a change for the lead. Very, very close there indeed between Alexander Klugel and the number 23, Marlon Di Salvo, who started from pole position. Then it's Olli Glan. Looks like Niklas Casarino, I believe, is up into 4th place. Pilch is now in 5th. Nearly side by side between 2 Nice racing drivers. So it's actually Gabriel Hoffmann that is now up into 4th place, and that could very much be 3rd, and he manages to go around the outside of Olli Glan. The pair nearly touch going through turn 4, but Hoffmann, I think, has managed to keep the place for the moment. No, it isn't, it's Olli Glan. But now Hoffmann up the inside of the number 18 through turn 6, makes it through. This now allows Maximilian Pilch to join the party as Olli Glan goes bumping into the curbs on turn 7, and that pushes Hoffmann wide, allows Pilch to get through. So the drivers now make their way through into turn number 11 as it's getting very, very close indeed. Tom Hedger, I believe, in the 88 has just got past one of the Nice racing drivers as it's 2 abreast coming out of turn 12. The 2 leaders now getting a breakaway. So a 3-second penalty has been given to Maxime Becker. I think that's for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. As the 2 leaders, that's Klugel versus Di Salvo, going up into turn 4 as Maximilian Pilch looks to have overtaken Olli Glan going through turn 3. As there is an absolute squabble of Micromax drivers trying to contest for positions. Looks like Kenyon Washington and Gabriel Hoffmann were just briefly battling over 5th position, but it looks like Hoffmann's got past Washington for the place, and Nicolas Casarino is just a little bit behind, is he? Yes, he is at this particular moment in time as Olli Glan looks towards the inside of number 11 of Maximilian Pilch. 6 minutes and 14 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. So the gap between Marlon Di Salvo and Olli Glan last time around was about 1.1 seconds. Leaders come across the line to complete lap number 3. So Pilch is up into 3rd, and he's closed the gap. He's put in the fastest lap of the race so far, as up the inside for the lead goes Alexander Klugel. I believe he's now retaken the lead from Marlon Di Salvo. And the pair were just under 0.2 of a second apart as they cross the line to complete lap number 3. Back at the rear of the order, Leopold Jourch is trying to get on level terms with Christos Malakos, so they're battling away over 12th place, but it is quickly heating up at the front of the field. 5.5 minutes to go. Klugel trying to pull away from Marlon Di Salvo, and that is not quite happening at the moment as Di Salvo gets a good run going through turn 11. Now into turn 12. On the defensive on the 5th, I think that was the 55 of Maxim Becker went Noah Janssen, but then Becker tries to go up the inside of the 31 through turn 13 and makes it through, but then runs really, really wide. And that allows Noah Janssen and Tom Hedger to get through, as it is now a 5-way scrap for the lead. And the drivers rounded out by Gabriel Hoffmann. As Olli Glan has a bit of a moment there, and that allows Hoffmann to go towards the outside through turn 5. Glan keeps the inside line. Casarino trying to go up the inside and looks to have made the position, or was that Kenyon Washington? As it's nearly 3 wide between the knees racing drivers through turn 7. That could have gotten very nasty very, very quickly indeed. One of the biggest rules in racing is you don't take out your teammate, whatever you do. You can race hard, you can race fair. Back end of that trio. The top 4 still trying to fight between each other at the moment. As Alexander Klugel gets past this time, and I think that's Maximilian Pilch in the lead. Nearly 3 abreast coming out of turn 12 as the 23 of Marlon Di Salvo just trying to jump up and down in the seats as he's getting passed around the outside by Olli Glan this time, who does not run wide on this particular occasion. So top 4 covered by just over 6/10, but now it's a real 3-way scrap at the front of the field as Olli Glan looking to go at the inside for 2nd position. Looks to have made the change there. Sapilch leads. Olli Glan and Alexander Klugel are trying to go side by side through turn 5. I never thought I'd see that happen again. But it's now, because they're battling, this is allowing everyone behind who is scrapping over the relevant respective positions just behind, as it's nearly side by side through turn 8. And that was, I think it was Tom Hedger versus Noah Janssen in the 31, trying to go side by side nearly through turn 7, as it's really getting close between the knees racing teammates of Gabriel Hoffmann and Nicolas Casarino, which means that Kenyon Washington looks to have moved up a little bit further towards the top 4 positions, as now it's side by side once again, and there's an overtake. I think that was Casarino as they come across the line. So Hoffmann actually got past Casarino for position. It's getting very, very dicey. Olli Glan now goes for the lead up the inside of Maximilian Pilch. The 18 runs wide. The number 11 nearly goes side by side on the approach into turn 5. Marlon Di Salvo and Alexander Klugel now embroiled in this 4-way scrap for the victory. 2 minutes and 41 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. Olli Glan now leads. Maximilian Pilch in 2nd place. Follow that up with Marlon Di Salvo and Alexander Klugel, Kenyon Washington, Gabriel Hoffmann, Nicolas Casarino, who ran out the top 7 positions, as it's getting really, really close here. Marlon Di Salvo trying everything in his power to try and get past Olli Glan, but it's not working so far. As Tom Hedger looking to keep battling away with Noah Janssen. That's for 8th place on the road as the leaders now come through. That is effectively what it's going to be. Most of the field that has just gone through with Matthias Schulte. That is all the way down to 11th position, and the top 10 covered by just under 2.4 seconds, getting incredibly, incredibly close. And who's going to win the battle on this one? It's anyone's guess. As up the inside of Washington goes Gabriel Hoffmann, who then Washington goes back up the inside on the very next corner. How did he time that one? That was brilliantly done there by the number 14 as they come through the turn 9-10 chicane. As Casarino trying to get in the slipstream of Hoffman, who in turn is trying to go up the inside of Washington and tries to go through on turn 11. But it's 3 abreast nearly between the 3 Knees Racing drivers, and that is allowing Tom Hedger to get through, and he gets through up the inside of Niklas Casarino, as does Noah Janssen for the briefest of instants as they go over the crest. Now Washington and Hoffman battling away. The top 3 were covered by just over 0.2 of a second as they head into turn 3 at the right-hand sweeper. Now there's a possible change for the lead. Maximilian Pilch goes for the lead up the inside of Ollie Glan. Glan runs a little bit wide. Marlon Di Salvo nearly had an opportunity to get through, but could not get past. Alexander Klugel has got the ringside seat and is waiting for that opportunity to strike as we go into the last 45 seconds. After this, there will be one additional lap, and the way that these drivers are hurtling around the circuit is incredible pace. As there's a quick look over the left shoulder from Maximilian Pin, who continues to lead. Ollie Glan in second. Then it's the 23 of Marlon Di Salvo. Alexander Klugel from Kachmi.de rounds out the top 4. Then look behind that, and it looks like that Gabriel Hoffman is now up into 5th position. Tom Hedger looks to have gone past Kenyon Washington, I believe it's Niklas Casarino now factoring into that battle. And you've got the 55 of Maxime Becker just behind. So Hansen now drops down into the final position on the top 10. As it's all guns blazing at the front of the field. Ollie Glan looks to have kept it on the inside through into turn 5. Now retakes the lead. Klugel up the inside of Di Salvo. As Kenyon Washington now retakes 5th position from Tom Hedger in the 88. Gabriel Hoffman and Niklas Casarino in close proximity just behind. 0 on the clock. Next time around it will be the final lap of this what's been an enthralling and captivating race so far. Up the inside, trying to go through turn number 11 is the number 23 of Marlon Di Salvo, trying to get past Alexander Klugel, who gets ahead for turn 12, but then Di Salvo counter-attacks and manages to get past the number 80 back into 3rd position. As Maximilian Pilch will get the last lap ball first, just ahead of Ollie Glan, who's been absolutely flying, as have the rest of the field all the way through this race, as Tom Hedger goes towards the outside of Kenyon Washington to get the cut back through towards turn 4 and makes the move up into 4th place. Washington runs wide. Hoffman now comes into the fray. Nearly 3 abreast as Washington again uses that outside edge of turn 4 to get through. There's now Matthias Schulte nearly... I'm just keeping my eyes on what's going on behind. This is absolutely captivating. There are so many positional changes. It can be difficult to keep up as Maximilian Pilch now has the lead back from Ollie Glan. We go into the last 4 corners of the race. Kenyon Washington is still ahead of Tom Hedger with Niklas Casarino, and it looks like Gabriel Hoffman just behind. This could be an absolutely blistering drag race to the finish between the top 4, and then you look at the 7 carts behind. Leaders come around the final corner. Checkered flag waves. This time it is going to be for Maximilian Pilch, who takes the win from Ollie Glan. 3rd is Marlon Di Salvo. Alexander Klugel takes 4th place ahead of Kenyon Washington. Tom Hedger rounds out the top 6 positions ahead of Niklas Casarino. Gabriel Hoffman, who was up at the sharp end of the grid, finishes in 8th place ahead of Maxime Becker. Noah Janssen rounds out the top 10 ahead of Matthias Schulte in the number 50. As we hear the 2 engines of Leopold Joux and Christos Malakos come across the start-finish line to finish in 12th and 13th respectively. But Maximilian Pilch starts Sunday off in the perfect way possible. Next up, it is Minimax Race 1 here on Sunday. And let's have a look at the grid ahead of what promises to be another exciting 9-minute plus additional lap race. On pole position, representing RS Competition, is the 136 of Leandro Fischer. Jonas Ungrada from Nice Racing in the 158 lines up alongside on the front row. Then it's the 111 of Montego Maassen, also from Nice Racing, with Schollenberger Racing's David Gehoek in the 121 alongside on row 2. David Schnell from Kartschmied.de in the 112 has Kartsport Klim's Miko Mikov in the 102 alongside for row number 3. Austin Lee, yesterday's day result winner, starts from 7th on the 107 and will have Tom Müller in the 122 alongside. Moritz Volber in the 115 and Nika Trapp on the 118 rounds out the top 10. Hugo Gürtel in the 174 and Adrien Röhr from Kartsport Klim in the 103 complete the grid. 6 rows, 12 competitors with 9 minutes on the clock set to count down the minute the red lights go out on the start phase. So we'll be down to Leandro Fischer and Jonas Ungrada to control the pace on the rolling start as they get themselves ready. Some drivers will have different ways of getting themselves mentally prepared for the start phase. Some will weave from left to right, possibly to help generate a little bit of extra temperature, but a fraction through the tyres, and also which will help the overall grip and the purchase that these drivers will have on their Mojo Racing tyres. They come over the crest, which then leads them into turns 13 and 14. So the red light's ignited on the starting gantry as the drivers now make their way at a slow crawl through turn 13. They now exit the final corner. Through into the tram lines we go. Revs rise on the Rotax engines, lights are out, clean start, and we are off and away. Great start from Leandro Fischer to take the lead going into turn 3, quickly followed by Montego Maassen. And Montego Maassen was looking quickly up the inside as it's all for themselves. Some clattering into themselves. It's 3 wide coming out of turn 4. Very, very difficult to see who might have come out on top on that one. And one of the drivers that looks to have made some good improvements there was Austin Lee. He's jumped up from 7th to 5th position in the early foray, but now Montego Maassen quickly on the back tyres of Leandro Fischer and is being followed by the 158 of Jonas Ungrada. So Montego Maassen having a great start, getting past the 158 on the start phase here. David Gehoek rounds out the top 4, followed by Austin Lee. Miko Mikov, and then looks like David Schnell completes the top 7 positions as we come round the final corner. Fischer has got Maassen in the tow. Lap 1 completed. 75,000 split the top 2 as they cross the start-finish line, and now Maassen looking to try and get past, but Fischer puts on the defence going into turn number 4. The entire field on that lap alone, we've had someone have major dramas coming out of turn 4, has bogged down. Let's see if the driver gets back up to full racing speed. I'll just catch the number. That is the 115 of Moritz Volber, who is running in 10th position, but now drops to the back part of the field as a result and is a long way off. Looks to be, that is the 103 of Adrien Röhr, who rounds out the top 11 positions. As Tom Müller gets a bit close to David Schnell in the 112, going through into the braking zone for turn 12 as they come round to complete another lap. 7 minutes and 12 seconds to go, plus 1 additional lap of this circuit here at Wackersdorf. So the drivers now filtering their way through turn 3. Now the run to turn 4. Who's going to outbrake who? Tom Müller's trying to go up the inside of David Schnell going into turn 4, but has to lift off the brakes at the last moment possible to not have an incident. But then David Schnell goes up the inside of the 102 of Miko Mikov to now take 6th place as they now hurtle their way through turn 7, 8, into 9. Into the left out of the chicane they come through 10. Montego Maassen has got a real good run out of the corner. He's trying to go for the lead up the inside of Leandro Fischer in the 136. Makes the move. Fischer tries to counter-attack, but then gets compromised coming out of the corner, and up the inside of him goes Jonas Ungrada. So Ungrada now up into 2nd place on the 158. looks to be a change a little bit further back down the order. Looks like Hugo Guttel has just been passed by Tom Müller. So we'll just keep, well, that's Mikko Mikov, my apologies there. Mikko Mikov gets passed by Tom Müller, but then Mikov tries to respond going into turn 4. Can't get the braking done right, as now Montego Masson nearly loses a position to David Sharuk from Schollenberger Racing, who now gets passed by Austin Lee, and Tom Müller tries to go side by side with the driver going through the exit of turn number 7, but the 122 has to slot back into position. So the drivers now still at this Herculean pace they're putting in, as now David Schnell retakes the position from Tom Müller. Up into 6th place goes the 112 as up the inside. Oh, big moment there for Mika Tapp, who locks up the rear brakes, trying to go up the inside of Hugo Guttel into turn 12, but he manages to catch it. And the good thing was it pointed him around the track the right way. But in many respects, it's still going to be an all-out dogfight at the front of the field, and that's let alone the top 3 or even the top 5 as Leandro Fischer now goes up the inside of Jonas Ungenada through into turn 4. The pair nearly side by side through turn 5. Masson, Austin Lee, as now Ungenada retakes the lead through turn 6. Leandro Fischer powers through round the outside. Oh, clatters into the curbs as Jonas Ungenada. Montego Masson nearly hit the rear bumper of the 158 in the process, but they still made it through. Austin Lee now got a good run of pace coming through the chicane, and now he's going to go towards the outside of turn number 11 to get the switch back through. It's not going to work on the 111 point yet. However, it's still very much nip and tuck between those behind Jonas Ungenada, as Leandro Fischer has now got a little bit of a bit of daylight between himself and Jonas Ungenada. David Sharuk trying to go side by side with Austin Lee over the start-finish line. Can't do it, but he gets a good run of momentum through turn 3. Austin Lee also in the hunt for 3rd place and is sending it up the inside of Montego Masson. David Sharuk tries to go through, and it's nearly 3 abreast with Mikko Mikov trying to join the party as well. Hugo Guttel not too far adrift. So these drivers absolutely going for it like no tomorrow. We've still got 4 minutes of this race, plus an additional lap remaining. So Fischer leads, got Ungenada, then Lee, then Marson, in the 111 running out the top 4. Sharuk runs out the top 5 ahead of David Schnell. And Hugo Guttel now ahead of Mikko Mikov going into turn 12, as it's a 3-way scrap between the 3 behind, and one of them is the 115 I've just spotted of Moritz Wolber. The other one will be Mika Tapp and then Adrien Ver as the leaders come into turn number 3. Just under 3.5 minutes still to go. As Austin Lee now goes up the inside of Jonas Ungenada in the 107, and so does Montego Masson. But Masson hung out a little bit to dry as now Ungenada tries to go up the inside of Lee through turn 6. Lee runs wide through into 7. Montego Masson goes round the outside of Austin Lee through turn 7 itself. So Lee now down from what would have been 2nd position, now back down to 4th he goes. So 3 minutes plus an additional lap still remaining, as Fischer has got a lot of daylight between himself and Jonas Ungenada in 2nd position. The gap last time around was around 2.5 tenths, but as everything kicks off behind the number 136 from Irish competition, he's now been able to profit. As a result, coming through the final corner comes the leader. Lap number 7 in the books. 2.5 minutes still remaining, plus an additional lap. David Sharuk trying to close on Austin Lee, and behind him he's got Hugo Guttel, Mikko Mikov and Moritz Wolber, it looks like. As Hugo Guttel, I think, might have just made the move on Mikko Mikov, apparently, or not the case. Let's just see as they come through turn 6. Well, that is the case, because Hugo Guttel and David Schnell are ahead of Mikko Mikov. So Ungenada coming under pressure from Montego Masson in the dying stages of the race. Just over 2 minutes to go. As Masson now goes up the inside of Ungenada through turn 11. Up into 2nd position goes the number 111, and Austin Lee not too far away from this now, and this could give him the opportunity he needs to get past the pair of them and get back up into 2nd place, which he would have had he not run wide a little bit earlier in the race. It's all about controlling your strategy, not giving the other drivers an opportunity to sense what you might be doing, and they'll be anticipating so much going on in this race. They've got to think about braking increments and everything, as Ungenada now gets passed by Austin Lee. But then David Sharuk goes round the outside of Austin Lee through turn 5, and that has allowed the 174 of Hugo Guttel to now have another opportunity and has got past now we've just had a penalty issued, and that's a 5-second penalty for Hugo Gütel, who's rounding out the top 6 positions at the minute. Make that the top 5 as he's now ahead of David Schnell, so he gets a 5-second penalty with regards to a collision, an avoidable collision thereof. Fischer at the moment did have a 1.35 second gap lead at the moment over Montego Masson as we now go on to lap number 9. That gap has now kept stationary at around about 1.35 seconds. Tom Müller now has set the fastest lap of the race, but he's now down in 11th position and is trying to fight back from what's been a difficult weekend so far for the 122. Just under 30 seconds remain of the race, plus 1 lap. As everyone's scrabbling for position, going through the turn 9-10 chicane. Hugo Gütel trying to go up the inside of Austin Lee, who in turn goes up the inside of Jonas Ungerada to now retake 3rd position. And as Ungerada goes towards the that's Sharuk that he's just passed. So as a result of that, Austin Lee now has 3rd position. So last lap board will now be shown to Leandro Fischer. He has the lead over Montego Masson, which is now extended to nearly 1.5 seconds as we head onto the final lap as Fischer goes through turn 4 for the final time. As now Hugo Gütel has tried to get past David Sharuk, but Sharuk powers past the 174 on the run down to turn number 5. There's up the inside. Oh, that's a bit of a nasty move there by Jonas Ungerada, who's gone 3 abreast going through the entrance into turn number 7. As Hugo Gütel trying to get past David Sharuk and looks to get towards the inside first of turn number 11, makes the move through. Austin Lee trying to close onto Montego Masson as it's really getting a bit spicy a bit further down the order between Jonas Ungerada, Mikko Mikov and David Schnell as Mikko Mikov gets compromised coming out of turn 12, but winning the race is Leandro Fischer from RS Competition. Montego Masson takes 2nd. Austin Lee, if he'd had another lap, he would have taken 2nd, but ends up taking 3rd place. 4th goes to Hugo Gütel, but obviously will have a 5-second post-race penalty that will drop him considerably down the order. So David Sharuk will take 4th ahead of Jonas Ungerada, David Schnell, Mikko Mikov, Mika Trapp, Tom Müller, Moritz Volber and Adrien Rohr all make it to the finish line after 11 laps of racing. But Leandro Fischer takes the first win here on Sunday. Next up, we go to Junior Rotax, their first of 2 races today, and let's have a look at the grid. After time qualifying this morning, it was the 2:03 of the Netherlands, Lucas Schoenmakers, that put it on pole position, ahead of Valentin Plus, who won the standings yesterday on Saturday. Farin Mega from Kartschmied.de and Magnus Pedersen from RS Competition complete the top 2 rows, ahead of Nikita Genza and Kian Agasero, both from Viola Cup Racing Team, and the 226 and the 262. Rafael Henhofer on the 233 and Maurice Schmeis on the 210 complete the top 4 rows, with Neville Fischer from RS Competition and Richard Thomas rounding out the top 10. So 11th to 17th are as follows: the 217 of Rafael Balzer, the 238 of Janis Stiak, the 208 of Leon Arndt, the 241 of Corbin Hillebrands, the 228 of Luis Jacobs, and the 202 of Maximilian Pagand and Luigi Gasso, and the 286 rounding out the 17 strong. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry, 11 minutes plus an additional lap set on the timer. So we'll be down to the pairing of Lucas Schoenmakers on pole and Valentin Plus in second on the front row to control the rolling start formation. So the drivers will have nearly 25 minutes of racing over the course of the day's proceeding, with the first part of it about to get underway. So Schoenmakers and Klus lead the field round the final corner. They split. Go into the tram lines, revs rise. Lights are out, we are racing, and what a great start from Valentin Klus, going toe-to-toe with Lucas Schoenmakers, who takes the lead going into turn 3. Farin Mega in second position, as they are now trying to make their way through turn 4. Everyone trying to get through there nice and cleanly without any possible altercations. Is up to third place ahead of Valentin Klus. Now goes Nikita Genza. So the drivers now make their way through the midpoint of the circuit, through the chicane for the first time. As Farin Mega now trying to close down on Lucas Schoenmakers. Ahead through turn 11. Schoenmakers leads. Ahead of Mega. Genza. Klus. Lenhofer now up to 5th place ahead of Agasade, as up the inside of the 236. I think that was Rafael Balzer making the position through turn 12 so far this weekend. They go across the line to complete that number 1. Schoenmakers has a lead of over 0.3 of a second in front of Farin Mega, as now Valentin Klus strikes up the inside of Nikita Genza to take 3rd place back through turn 4. Lenhofer closing on the 2 in front. He's currently running out the top 5. With Maurice Schmeis, it looks like, has now got past Kian Agasade for 6th place. Magnus Pedersen, Rafael Balzer and Neville Fischer ran out the top 10 as they hurdle their way through the chicane. Nikita Genza trying to get back onto battling terms with Valentin Klus in the battle for 3rd position, but Rafael Lenhofer is keeping with them, keeping the pace. Fastest lap so far is by Lucas Schoenmakers on the 2:03 with the 52.183 on the completion of lap 1. Lap 2 now in the books. 51.031 is the fastest lap, and it's been set by Valentin Klus in 3rd place. It's the top 5 concertina going through into turn number 4. Into the left at 5. Top 5 were covered by just under a second as they crossed the line last time around. Schoenmakers trying to break away from Farin Mega, who leads the 4 carts behind in the train of 4 in 2nd position. Maurice Schmeis trying to push forward, being followed by Kian Agasade in the 247 of Denmark's Magnus Pedersen. As Valentin Klus has got past Farin Mega for 2nd. Now the hunt to try and get past Schoenmakers truly begins as they go over the crest through the final couple of corners. 8 minutes and 27 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. Very tightly packed between 2nd and 3rd. So that's Klus versus Mega as Henhofer goes up the inside of Nikita Genza, who has a little bit of a wobble going through the apex of turn 3. Kian Agasade in the meantime has got past Maurice Schmeis for 6th place. So Rafael Balzer follows Magnus Pedersen, but is in front of Nevio Fischer. Schoenmaker is not able to get away, as the pace being set is now starting to increase. Magnus Pedersen is the fastest driver around the circuit with a 50.882 second lap time. He's currently behind Maurice Schmeis, who's currently in 7th position. It's the top 4. Now get closer once again. They're covered by just over 0.73 of a second. This time around it's 0.625 seconds between the top 4 as Klus goes for the lead up the inside of Schoenmakers. Schoenmakers runs wide. This allows Renhofer and Fahrenberger to get back into the fight. As now Schoenmakers goes barging his way through up the inside of Valentin Klus. Fahrenberger has got past Renhofer and is trying to get past Klus going through turn 7, but there was not enough move to make the overtake. Now look at the train, the top 10, nearly line astern, being rounded out by Nevio Fischer in the 236. Up the inside for, now that is for 5th position, and that was Kian Agassadi going past his teammate Nikita Genza. Fastest lap of the race now in the hands of Rafael Renhofer in 4th, behind Fahrenberger, who rounds out the top 3. Plus trying to lead the charge to break the advantage that Lukas Schoenmakers has. They hurtle their way under the gantry as up the inside of Agassadi goes Genza. Back into 5th goes the 226. But then Pedersen tries to make his way past, and he gets past Schmeis, as does Balzer, and also Nevio Fischer. So in a matter of a couple of corners, Maurice Schmeis has dropped from 7th to 10th. But it isn't over yet. The fight still continues onward. Through the chicane of the mid part of the circuit, they come, 6 minutes and 15. Plus an additional lap still to go. Klus was looking on a move on Schoenmakers, and Renhofer was looking to do one on Klus at the same time, and that would not have worked out well for either of them. Rounding out the top 15 is Janis Stierk, Leon Arndt, Louis Jacobs, Richard Thomas and Corbin Hildebrand. And when you look at it, the top 15 covered by just over 5.6 seconds. Lap 6 completed. Klus did a brilliant move there up the inside of Schoenmakers, whilst Renhofer was trying to go for 2nd, but he now drops down to what is 3rd, no, make that 4th, could be even 5th, that could even be 6th if Agassadi gets through, and he does, so does Magnus Pedersen. Renhofer goes toe-to-toe, side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel, through turn 7. Pedersen gets past the 233, off onto the grass goes Renhofer! And he gets punted down all the way out of the top 10, I believe. Well, he's actually behind Rafael Balzer, so he drops it down to 10th position. Now the fight starts splitting a little bit here. It's 5 minutes and 10 seconds, plus an additional lap still to go. It has been an absolutely enthralling and captivating first junior Rotax race here at Wackersdorf on Sunday. Klus being hunted down by Schoenmakers, who's got the real good run. Schoenmakers going for the lead through turn 3. He gets through the sweeper at the right-hander, gets the lead back. So Schoenmakers from the Netherlands, now ahead of Valentin Klus. This is truly a chess game of gargantuan proportions. So the top 5 have now broken away from the rest of them. Looks like there's one driver starting to struggle a bit, and that is Nevio Fischer. Fischer was up into 7th place. I think he might have dropped down at least a couple of positions, or maybe that might be Magnus Pedersen. Just keep an eye. No, Pedersen is up into what is 7th position on the road. Rafael Balzer now battling away with Rafael Renhofer. So battle of the two Rafaels out on the circuit of the minute. That is for, effectively, I think, 7th position. So Balzer actually in 8th ahead of Renhofer as the top 5 make their way through the exit of turn 4. Klus now closely on the back bumper of Schoenmakers, who instantly goes on the defensive through turn 6. This now allows Fahrenberger from Karlsruhe to look for a move up the inside of the 201, but he can't get through. This is allowing Nikita Genza and Kian Agassadi to keep with the battle for the lead. So in many respects, this could be a really, really interesting battle towards the end of the race. 3 minutes and 25 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap. We have still 5 drivers in contention for the race 1 victory. Schoenmakers leads from Klus. Klus up towards the inside of turn 3. Pedersen looking to close on Morris Schmeids for 6th position as the Dane goes up the inside through turn 4. The 210 of Schmeids runs wide, but manages to slot back into 7th position. As Valentin Kliss goes clattering to the side of Schoenmakers, who's off the circuit, off of turn number 6. And that was a bit of an unsafe rejoin. He was trying to get back onto the circuit, but he's been passed by another 4 karts. So Schoenmakers drops to what is effectively 9th position. Now he's behind Morris Schmeids on the road, and now he tries to get up inside of him and also Rafael Balta through at the same time. But he gets through past Schmeids on turn 11. Balta now runs wide a little bit as a result of Schoenmakers going up the inside. This is going to allow other drivers to factor in the battle at the bottom of the top 10. So the top 4 are now being led by Farid Mega. He's being pressurised by Valentin Kliss. And also with that, you've got the 2 Bueller Kart Racing Team drivers of Nikita Genza and Kian Agasade running at the top 4. 5th place has been contested between 2 drivers. He's up the inside, tries to go Nevio Fischer. He compromises himself through turn 6 and loses out at least 1, leaving him at 2 positions. Could nearly be even 3 if he was that unlucky through the corner. So the battle for the lead is still hotly contested as we go into the last 1 minute and 40 seconds plus an additional lap. Farid Mega still leads. Kliss in 2nd. Genza, Agasade, Pedersen. Being followed by Rafael Hemhoff, who now goes up the inside of the Dane, trying to go into turn 3. He makes the move through into turn 4. The 233 from FM Racing now gets past the young Dane. Schoenmakers now has come back to get up to 7th position. After what we saw earlier on, he's ahead of looks to be, I think that's Lewis Jacobs now ahead of Rafael Balta, I believe. He's ahead of Morris Schmeids in 210. You've got Lewis Jacobs and Rafael Balta completing the top 10 so far in this race. So 50 seconds on the clock. Once they cross the line, we will be on to the penultimate lap. Valentin Kliss now has got the lead back from Farid Mega. Mega still closing as it's Genza. Genza senses an opportunity. Goes up the inside of Farid Mega for 2nd position through turn 4. Kian Agasade also tries to factor in. Might get a run if he can through into turn 6. As Mega looks towards the inside of Genza through turn 6. Genza shut the door very quickly and didn't allow the 245 to get past. By the end of this lap, we will be at 0 on the time after 11 minutes of hard-fought competition. Drivers now as Mega gets passed by Agasade, who then, manages to get back past, going through towards the outside line onto turn 12, pounds past the 262, 0 on the clock. Final lap board now will be seen by Valentin Kliss in 2:01. Nikita Genza in 2nd, being closed down in by Farid Mega, who looks very, very quick, going through into the turn 3 right-hand sweeper. Mega not able to make an opportunity count through turn 4. Looks again through turn 6, can't get past. Hemhoff is leading the 3-kart train in the battle for what is 5th position ahead of Magnus Pedersen and the recovering Lukas Schoenmakers. Schoenmakers has the fire in the belly because he set the fastest lap of the race at a 50.406 last time around. 3 more corners to negotiate. Valentin Kliss has an opportunity as Kian Agasade goes up the inside of Farid Mega through turn 12, but Mega gets the switch back. Over the crest they come. Valentin Kliss now powers out of the final corner. After a fantastic race, 14 laps completed, and Valentin Kliss takes the flag and wins race 1. Ahead of Nikita Genza. Farid Mega takes 3rd. Kian Agasade rounds out the top 4 with Rafael Hemhoff leading the battle for 5th and taking 5th thereof. Ahead of Magnus Pedersen from Denmark and Lukas Schoenmakers from the Netherlands. Morris Schmeids in 8th, finish ahead of Lewis Jacobs in the 2:28, and the top 10 finish once again in the 2:17 of Rafael Balta. Nevio Fischer completed the top 11 ahead of Leo Arndt, Richard Thomas, Janis Diak, Robin Hillebrands, Maximilian Pagan, and Luigi Gasso, who completed all 14 laps of the race.
Mikrofest, 1, 2. Danke euch dafür. Gebt euch später.
Wer ist der eingegangen da oben?
Ja, ich sehe aus wie ein Krebs. Ich habe hier A4 und dann richtig
Rot, ne?
und dann blau. Die habe ich auch, damit ich weniger Sonne abbekomme.
So kann man auch sagen. Was schon wieder? Das Fenster von ihr ist so klein. Aber das sagt sie immer nur. Vielleicht ist sie ja gar nicht. Vielleicht tut sie auch nur so. Vielleicht ist sie ja. Aber ist ja auch egal.
So the penultimate race before the lunch break about to get underway. Senior Rotax, race 1. So let's have a look at the grid for ahead of the 14-minute plus an additional lap race. On pole position, following time qualifying, Linus Henson in the 333 will start on pole position. Alongside will be Vincent France in the 330. Luca Thiel in the 399 and Tim Metz in the 303 complete the top two rows. Jan Heinen in the 316, Fabian Bock in the 318, complete row 3. Lucas Thompson in the 312 and Philip Hamfrecht in the 337, complete the top 4 rows with Juri Tenhef in the 306, and the 392 of Jan-Luc Schneider completing the top 10. Bastian Barlage in the 329, Lukas Hartmann in the 309, the 321 of Maximilian Kupper, the 338 of Finchdiak and the 366 of Victor Costa complete the top 15. Max Bush in the 313, Lukas Vavajanak in the 369, the 307 of Julia Ponkratz, Lasse Heinhard in the number 305 and the 383 of Benny Bount complete the top 20. Rounding out the 11 rows, completing 22 drivers set to get into battle for their first of 2 races of around about half an hour's worth of competition will be Morten Griffith Falker in the 304 and the 325 of Yannick Herrmann. So both Linus Henson and Vincent France now start to control the pace as they go past the double yellow flag being waved by the track crew here at Wackersdorf. Just going over the crest. They come through turn 13. Now the slow build-up begins and it will accelerate as they come out of the final corner. Through into the tram lines we go for Senior Rotax Race 1. Revs rise, lights are out, clean start, let's go racing. And it's a good start, first of all, by Vincent France. Linus Henson drops down into 3rd place as the initial throws of the race get underway, going into turn 4 for the first time. Drivers taking an inside line or an outside line coming through turn 4. Has every one of the 22 drivers managed to negotiate their way through into turn 6? We're just about to find out, and they have done so. 2 abreast at the back of the field through the final 5 or 6 competitors. But Vincent France now hits the front. Tim Mikametz in second. Linus Henson, followed by Luca Thiel, rounds out the top 4. 5th place is currently Philip Hamfrecht, who's just ahead. Looks to be Jan Heinen, I believe, as they come across the crest, down into turns 13 and 14. Vincent France has an early advantage, a considerable one, as they complete lap number 1. The gap between him and Tim Mikametz is over 0.6 of a second. Linus Henson goes up the inside of the 303 through turn 4. Another change for position towards the back part of the top 9. And that driver making that move Red flag has been called. Red flag has been called. So with the race abruptly red flagged, we are going to have a full restart. So the formation after that underway. So we revert to the initial order. The top 10 will be as follows. Linus Hensen will start again from pole position. Vincent France alongside on the front row with Luca Thiel, Tim Mikametz, Jan Heinen, Fabian Bock, Lucas Thompson, Philipp Hamfrecht, Jori Tenhef and Leander Luke Schneider rounding out the top 10. The rest of the grid is Bastian Barlage, Lukas Hartmann, Maximilian Krupper, Finn Stiak, Luca Costa, Max Busch, Lukas Vavajanak, Julia Ponkratz, Lasse Reinhardt, Danny Bount, Morton Griffith Falke and Yannick Herrmann. So we reset the clock to 14 minutes plus an additional lap. So once again, the grid being led by Linus Hensen and Vincent France. I'm over the crest. The rest of the drivers now get into formation. 22 drivers set to go racing. Let's see if we can get a second start off and away this time around. Through the final corner come the 11 rows of competitors. They split, the revs start to build. They accelerate. We go lights out, we go racing once again. Another great start from Vincent France. Tim Mikametz going side by side with Linus Hensen. Up into turn 3, but Hensen gets the advantage. Quickly followed by Luca Thiel, who's now up into P3. Fabian Bock looks to have gotten past Tim Mikametz, who now drops down to 5th. Drivers still making their way through now into turn 6. This is 2 by 2 a little bit further down, 3 wide coming out of turn 6 there. At the back part of the field between the likes of Yannick Herrmann, Lasse Reinhardt and Morton Griffith Falke. These now come through the chicane. Up towards turn number 11. Luca Thiel looks to be moving forward, as does Fabian Bock, and they're both trying to chase down Linus Hensen, as there's a little bit of a mistake there from Fabian Bock through turn 12. But Tim Mikametz was not able to capitalise and get past the 4th position. Lap 1 now completed. Drivers coming across the start-finish line is Luca Thiel. Oh, goes nearly 2 wheels onto the grass on the right-hand side, trying to get past Linus Hensen through into towards turn 3. More moves going up the inside. Looks like Philipp Hamfrecht has made up another position in the running order of things, and he's trying to get past, I think that might be Lukas Hartmann. So Philipp Hamfrecht looks to be ahead of Jori Tenhef, as they now make the top 12 or so make their way through the chicane. Drivers looking at opportunities through turn 11. It's one of the more categorical overtaking spots you can get. You can get through turn 3 and 4. As Vincent France being closed in on by Linus Hensen and Luca Thiel. Bock and Mikametz round out the top 3 as Hensen looked up the inside of Vincent France, but then gets pounced on by Luca Thiel, who goes up the inside. Hensen runs wide, and that allows Fabian Bock to jump from 4th to 2nd as he gets past. As we got a 5-second jump start penalty being given to the 3:30, and that is of Vincent France. So irrespective of where he finishes, he's going to drop down the order with an additional 5-second time penalty post-race. So now up into 2nd is Fabian Bock, having made that great opportunity presented itself well and truly to the 18 from Boyk Rodishwell. He's up into 2nd. Third is Luca Thiel. 4th is Linus Hensen. 5th looks to be Lucas Thompson. He's now got past Tim Mikametz. He completes the top 6. 11 minutes and 21 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. As up the inside there has been a change a bit further back. I think that was Philipp Hamfrecht getting past Jan Heinen, and that has been the case. As Lucas Hartmann is a bit further up the road, and Jori Tenhef goes up the inside of Jan Heinen through turn 6. Once again through the chicane they come. 11 minutes still to go. 3 minutes down. Maximilian Krupper has got past Bastian Barlage for 11th position. As now Luca Thiel tries to put the pressure on. To the 3:18 of Fabian Bock in 2nd position. Linus Hensen not too far behind. Lucas Thompson goes out the top 5. Another lap completed. Lap 4 now in the books. Again, Luca Thiel trying to go for the move up the inside for second position into turn 3 on Fabian Bock. Didn't have enough momentum to carry him through the corner to get past the 3:18. So the 3:03 of Tim Mikametz and Lukas Hartmann round out the top 7 positions. Leading the charge behind is Philipp Hamfrecht in the 3:37. Followed by Juri Tenher. Maximilian Kupper rounds out the top 10. Jan-Luc Schneider has now got past Jan Heinen for 12th position as Maximilian Kupper has quite a few other drivers. Well, Jan Heinen has got now to 13th position. Hamfrecht being closed in on by Juri Tenher. Fastest lap of the race is by Lukas Hartmann, who is now up in 2. 7th place, and he's trying to close on Tim Mikametz. The gap between them is just over 2/10 of a second. As now Vincent France loses the lead to Fabian Bock, but then goes to retake it. Up the inside of Luca Thiel goes Linus Hansen, and as a result of that, Lucas Thompson went past, and all of a sudden his back bumper got quite literally mounted. That has put him in harm's way of everyone trying to get past, and I think that was Luca Thiel mounting the back bumper in the 3:12. Whether that's caused a problem, I'm not too sure. As Lucas Thompson is dropping like a pebble that's just been dropped in a pond. It's a real shame for the 3:12. And now he's letting the rest of the field past. I'm wondering if he's sustained a bit of damage as a result of that contact. Nevertheless, the race continues onward. Vincent France continues to lead. Fabian Bock and Linus Hansen round out the top 3, covered by just over half a second. They now get through turn number 4. A bit further back, there's some great battling up and down the order. Julia Pomkat's now up into 15th place behind Luca Köster in the 3:66. So Vincent France has got a 5-second jump start penalty. So effectively that makes Fabian Bock the leader. Linus Hansen needs to go up the inside for second position. That puts him at the advantage. And now he signals to Vincent France. And now that's actually just being shown. We've got 3:30 has got a 5-star jump start penalty, but Luca Thiel's got one. I'm sure I will find out at a moment's notice. So Henson and Bock, 3:99 being shown a +5 at the start-finish line. So that is Luca Thiel. And currently, at the moment, rounds out the top 6 positions. Fast approaching, just over half a minute to go until we hit the halfway point on the time. So the minute in terms of the order of proceedings at the minute on the road, Vincent France is leading by just under 6/10 of a second ahead of Linus Hansen. Fabian Bock in 3rd, Tim Mikametz in 4th, Lukas Hartmann, Luca Thiel, Juri Tenher. Rounds out the top 7, Philipp Hamfrecht in 8th. Maximilian Kupper and Bastian Barlage round out the top 10. It looks like it is a retirement, unfortunately, for Lucas Thompson, who was in the thick of things and was at the sharp end of the order. He demonstrated that perfectly yesterday. He can compete for not just top 3s, but also victories. So we will come down to their final race, which takes place at 15:35 local time. Fastest lap of the race is by the driver in 6th position, 3:99. Of Luca Thiel. Vincent France is being closed in on by Linus Hansen. Hansen did a 50.163 last time around. France did a 50.240. So some drivers improving on their personal bests, which includes France, Bock and Tim Mikametz. Linus Hansen, the fastest out of the top 4 in a 50.155 second lap time. Luca Thiel is now closing on Lukas Hartmann for 5th position. Not too far behind is Juri Tenher in the 3:06. Philipp Hamfrecht now has some distance to catch up between himself and Juri Tenher, but has dropped Bastian Barlage in 9th place. He's got past Maximilian Kupper. Kupper rounds out the top 10. And it is a confirmed retirement for Lukas Thompson from Kashmir.de on lap number 6 of the race. We're about to complete lap 10. Yuri Tenhef now puts in the fastest lap of the race by over 60 thousandths. I count 62 thousandths by the 306 on the OTK chassis. He still rounds out the top 7, but he's going up the inside of, I think that was Lucas Hartmann. So Hartmann now down the order a further position. So into 7th goes the 309. Just keeping an eye on Philip Handfrest's lap times, and he's just getting a 50.442. And that last lap put us on to double digits. Yuri Tenhef now trying to close on Kafnova Sport in the battle for what is 5th on the road. 4 minutes and 42 seconds plus 1 lap still to go. And looks like we have got a 5-second time penalty. I was waiting for it to be confirmed. So causing an avoidable collision in the form of what was now a 5-second penalty handed to Rukatil. And at the moment, as things stand, he's currently 2.048 seconds off of the leader, and that will drop him to 10th place if the race was finished right about now. But the top 2 have started to break away. So jump start penalty for Vincent France. 5 seconds, that will put him to around about 9th. So the complexity of the race changing once more. So, on to lap 13. No positional changes between pretty much the majority of the field, if not all of the field. All 21 drivers that are still circulating. As Norton Griffith Falca rounds out the order, there's a bit of argy-bargy through into turn number 6 as 3 drivers get very, very much compromised. Just keep an eye on who's lost out a couple of positions as they now come through the chicane. Some of the drivers may be towards the back part of the top 15, which is now currently being rounded out by Julia Ponkratz in the 307. Linus Hansen looks to be closing, and he's gone quicker every single lap at the moment, even if it is just by thousandths of a second. The gap between Vincent France and Linus Hansen now stands at just 0.418 seconds. On to lap number 14 as we've got 2 minutes and 50 plus an additional lap still to go. Henson getting closer and closer in the braking zones. Fabian Bock leads the battle for 3rd place ahead of Team Mika Metz. Luca Thiel, but you can pretty much eliminate the 399 after a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. So that promotes Yuri Tenhef, I think, pretty much into what will be 4th place. So at the moment, Vincent France, if he keeps the pace that he's doing at the moment, he could keep ahead of Bastien Ballanche and round out what will be the top 7 drivers. But Linus Hansen still trying to close in once again on Vincent France. Last time the gap between them was just over 3 tenths. As Yuri Tenhef now coming back under pressure from Rukatil. Henson still keeping close to Vincent France for the lead of the race. Fabian Bock and Timmy Kometsu on board of their own battle at the moment for 3rd place at the minute as the top 7 drivers make their way through the chicane. Looks like we're going to have a black and white warning flag, and that's going to be shown to the 306 of Yuri Tenhef. So that is a warning flag, a black and white warning flag for the driver. So between Linus Henson and Fabian Bock there's a gap of about 1.1 seconds. As now Yuri Tenhef will see the black and white warning flag. Vincent France has started to respond in terms of the pace that Linus Henson has been setting. The gap now nearly up to half a second. So less than 60 seconds on the clock to go. We're running at 50-second pace at the minute. We hit 50 seconds on the time that's still to go to come out of turn number 11. So we will, after this lap, go on to the penultimate one. So this plus 2 more laps to go in the first Sydney Rotax race here at Wackersdorf. Leaders cross the line, on to lap number 17. Vincent France still has the lead on the road at the moment, but with a 5-second time penalty that will drop him out of the top 6. Simi Kometz coming under fire from Yuri Tenhef, who goes up the inside of the 303 to take effectively his 4th place on the road. That will make it 3rd on the road. That will make it 3rd on the road behind Fabian Bock, who still holds on to 3rd place. 0 is struck on the time. Last lap now coming up. Yuri Tenhef looking to try and see if he can get past Fabian Bock. He's got just over a lap to do it. So Yuri Tenhef now getting the slip through 3/18 so 2 leaders across the line on the final lap. And Fabian Bock coming under close pressure from Yuri Tenhef through the run on turn 3. And now Bock runs wide, Tenhef up the inside through turn 4. Cleanly done by the apex of turn 5 as Timothy Kometz looks to also try and get past the 3:18. It's getting very, very close indeed, and it's an altercation and a half down at the back part of everyone's trying to go too wide through turn 7. Never thought I'd see that one where you've got 5 or 6 drivers battling away. But through into turn 12 we come. Over the crest for the final time, through the double right-hander that brings us on to the start-finish straight. Vincent France might take the victory on the road, but it will be Linus Henson that takes the victory. Fabian Bock loses out to Yuri Tenhef in what will effectively become 2nd position. Vincent France will now drop a bit further down the order. So by my recollection, he will drop down to around 6th place as Luca Thiel will drop to around about 10th position. So Henson takes the win, Tenhef 2nd, Bock in 3rd. Timmy Kometz then followed by Vincent France. It will be Lucas Hartmann, Bastien Valanche, Philippe Hamfrey, and Luca Thiel, by my estimation. Luca Costa rounds out the top 11 ahead of William Bonkrats in 12th. Max Busch in 13th, and Jan Heinen, Finchdiak, Jan de Schneider rounding out the top 16 with Lukas Verbajanak, Lastia Heinhardt, Denny Bound, Yannick Herrmann, Morton Griffith-Falke, and unfortunately on lap number 6 it was a retirement for Lucas Thompson. Our last race before the lunch break about to get underway, and it is DD2 for their first of 2 races today. So after time qualifying, the driver that will start from pole position will be the number 433, Florian Breidenbach. Alongside will be the number 431 and 42 competitions Nick Thames. It's Ronnie Gundler in the 4.99 and Martin Stein, that's in the 4.13, manning out the top 10 rows. On the right bar with the 4.22, and the Steve in the 4.04, running out the top 3 rows, on the Janusz again, with 4.4, and 4.07, Max Fleischmann. Yannick Jacobs in the 4.11, and the 4.20 of Jonas Wolscheid, completing the top 10. Following that, Mark Bartels in 11th on the 4.88, 12th it's the 4.68 of Hannes Bogger, the 4.43 of Dennis Shallow, the 4.25 of Christopher Blum, running out 15 strong, will take the battle for 14 minutes plus a lap, is the number 4.09 of Tim Stender. So red lights ignited on the starting gantry for the final time before our lunch break. And after that we will have a further 7 races to bring us up to the conclusion of a total of 31 races here at Wackersdorf from the conclusion of the second round of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season, being held here at Pro Club Race Center in Wackersdorf. Our race director now keeping a keen eye on how the drivers make the start this time around. Through the final corner come the drivers. They start to split. The reds start to build. We get into the tram lines. One final time for the lunch break. Lights are out. We got racing. And it's a great start by number 431 of Nick Pettigrew, who shoots his way into the lead. Up ahead of everybody else. And Marcel Steiner in the 4.13 from Morris Competition makes it up into second place as they negotiate turn 4 for the first time. As it's nearly 3 abreast coming out of turn number 4. Between 13th, 14th and 15th. It's up the inside of the number 468 of Thomas Border. Tries to go, I think that might have been possibly Benny Channel, I think. It's now able to make their way through the chicane for the first time. It's Niklas Kennings. He's leading Marcel Steiner. It's up the inside of the 4.33. Followed by Coach Dennis Lee in the 4.04. The counter back through turn 32. Gets the bottom back. Side by side with the 4.04. And tries to force the issue. Gets on the inside. And through also goes Max Fleischmann. So Fleischmann up another position in the process of that. And now completes the top 5. Just behind them is the 4.22 of Oliver Park. Then the Jacobs, and I think Mark Bartels is in the mix there too. We've got lights, so 4.11. Last time around completed the top 10 in triple 4 from these racing. And so it's extended and a half from the 4.11 Jacobs to go up the inside of lead number 4.22 of Oliver Park. Now Marcel Steiner trying to get the momentum and look to see if he can get past the best race to the lead as they go through turn 3. Now to that number 3 of the race as the leaders, and also now pretty much the majority of the field make that the top 12 that have now got through turn 4. Now the complete field has got through and rounded out by Franziska Blum in the Mac 1 chassis on the 4.25. Gap between Marcel Steiner and Florian Weidbach last time around was around 1.1 seconds.
Steiner has come to a massive drama, and that is really, really close. He's now pulled to the right-hand side. Marcel Steiner out with a technical issue on lap number 2. That has given a massive amount of daylight for Niklas Keynes to continue in the lead. As now, Weidbach leads the rest of the field. Ahead of Ronnie Göttler, Max Fleischmann, Dennis Steen rounds out the top 5, followed by Oliver Breitenbach, who's now managed to get back past Yannick Jacobs. Mark Bartels and Janusz Stier factoring into that panel too. As that's a bit of a run wide there from Florian Breitenbach. They nearly open the door for Ronnie Göttler. As up the inside goes Dennis Steen on Max Fleischmann. Fleischmann keeps it pinned to the outside as they go through turn 9. Steen makes it through by a whisker. Takes the Mark Bartels and tries to go up the inside as Max Fleischmann now makes his way up into the 4th position past Dennis Steen. As Mark Bartels gets past the 411 of Yannick Jacobs as they try to nearly swap positions again, but that allows Janis Stier to close up. Stier completes the top 8 as we go on to another lap. Ronnie Göttler past Florian Weidenbach, 4-second position. Now the hunt to try and chase down the 4:31 from 42 competition begins. The gap was an absolutely gargantuan 2.122 seconds behind Krins and Göttler. Krins now having set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 3. Still very much a stalemate. The drivers that are making their way through turn number 10. And that is being rounded out by Jonas Wolscheid, who's being passed by Hannes Border for 10th position. Minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap. James crosses the line to complete lap number 5 ahead of everybody. But the gap is now starting to come down. Ronnie Göttler has put in the fastest lap of the race for himself, but the fastest lap of the race now is by the driver in 4th position, Max Fleischmann, on a 49.754 second lap time. He closes the gap to Florian Weidenbach to just over 0.3 of a second. So Dennis Thiem rounds out the top 5 ahead of Oliver Weidenbach, Mark Bartels, Yannick Jacobs, Janis Stier, and Hannes Border, who rounds out the top 10. Stier closes up onto the back bumper of Yannick Jacobs, going into the braking zone on turn number 12. Rollins is being closed in on lap by lap, but not by as much as some people might think. The gap now is 1.8 seconds between him and Ronnie Göttler. As Fleischmann again, for the second lap in succession, sets the fastest lap out of anybody, a 49.662 second lap time by the number 407 from FM Racing. He is in turn closing on Florian Weidenbach, probably closer than Weidenbach would want. He's bringing along Dennis Thiem in the 404. The number 404, Dennis Thiem, forcing the move up the inside of Max Fleischmann through turn 12 with the 407. Got the hammer down early and powered out of the corner, nice and clean. The gap now has been dropped by Ronnie Göttler, who now this time around sets the fastest lap of the race of 49.576. That is, when you look at the qualifying times from this morning, Ronnie Göttler is effectively 0.373 seconds off his fastest lap in qualifying, which is a 49.2033. One race yesterday, I noticed the fact that he was getting quicker and quicker as the race progresses. And that's one of the trademarks of Ronnie Göttler. He will look behind him and see where Florian Weidenbach is, and then say, right, I might be able to get between myself and the guy in third. Now we'll start pushing. Again, he drops it by 4/1000ths of a second on that last lap. 49.572, that makes him the fastest out of the top 6. Second in that is Max Fleischmann in 4th. Third in that is Florian Weidenbach, who rounds out the top 3. Marcel Steiner, that's a real shame for him. Another technical drama for the 413 of RS competition. Now exiting the race stage right on lap number 2. Niklas Krins' lead is dwindling as the time ticks away and we count up the laps. 6 minutes and 38 seconds, plus 1 lap to go. Niklas Krins is trying to keep things consistent in terms of his lap pace. He's running anywhere at the moment over the last 3 laps, and they can get behind an average of a 49.8 second lap time. Ronnie Göttler does exactly 49.5 seconds on that last lap and closes the gap to just under a second in the battle for what will be the lead. Franziska Blum has now got past Tim Stender in the battle for what is 13th place on the road, as they are quite a distance behind number 403, Denny Shallow, about 4.8 seconds adrift, but they are still having their own battle out on the track. really coming down now. I think Bonnie Gertler, let's see how much time he's taken out of Niklas Keynes. He's done another fastest lap for the last 3 in a row as we head on to lap number 11. He's got the gap down to 0.676 seconds. 49.449 second lap time from Gertler. He's closing fast and Keynes knows it, he senses it. As we get into the last 5.25 minutes.
This was a real good run out of turn 10
and could have gone for the move up the inside of Reidenbach through turn 11. Does the opportunity present itself at turn 12 for both him and the number 404 Tennessee? No, it doesn't. But Fleischmann dives up the inside through turn 13. Reidenbach and steals third like candy off a baby. So now Reidenbach now has the advantage going through to turns 3 and 4. Reidenbach looks towards the inside of turn 4, tries to make the move up the inside, gets a bit caught out there. Dennis Singh trying to go round side by side through into turn 5. This is allowing Oliver Reidenbach to go past and does so. So it's Florian Reidenbach in 4th, Oliver Reidenbach now in 5th, Dennis Singh now drops to 6th and is being closed in on by Mark Bartels in the 488. Yannick Jacobs, Janis Stier and Hannes Warder complete the top 10. Looking to close up on the driver in front, and it looks like he's trying to get past Oliver Reidenbach. He's got the job done, he's like Bartels got through. He has, that is the case. They hurtle their way through to turn number 3 once again. Bonnie Gertler has got the gap to under 0.2 of a second between himself and Niklas Keynes. They now negotiate turn number 6. Gertler getting really close on the braking zones. Keynes now just needs to keep the blinkers on and look forward and then wait until Bonnie Gertler decides to strike for the lead. Come through turn 11. Gertler's done the hard work, now the real hard work begins because he's now going to try and get his way past the earliest opportunity possible on Niklas Keynes. Coming on the final corner come the 2 leaders. Line astern under the gantry, they go. Gertler's got a real good turn of pace through turn 3. Will he go for it through turn 4? He's got just over 3 minutes to go. Not yet. So come through 5, into the left hairpin at 6. Fleischmann still leads the rest of the cars behind in 3rd place. Gertler loses a little bit of momentum going through turn 8, but then claws it back through the apex of 9. On the racing line, Toyota Apex taking one pair of them through turn 12, over the crest. Down into turns 13 and 14 they go. The 2 leaders. Line astern once again as we complete lap number 14. Gertler once again in the slipstream of Niklas Keynes. The top 12 have yet to change, but that depends on how quickly Bonnie Gertler pushes the envelope of adhesion. 2 minutes and 5 still to go plus 1 lap, which takes us into the lunch break. Through the chicane at turns 9 and 10, through the left-hander. Same amount of curves being taken by the 2 at the front of the field. Dennis Thiem in the meantime has set the fastest lap of anybody. 49.394 second lap time. He continues to round out the top 5, but he's trying to close up once again on Florian Reidenbach to develop a 4th position. Wide line taken by Niklas Keynes coming out of the final corner to keep himself ahead of Bonnie Gertler, and that worked on that particular occasion. We've gone through turn 3 into 4. Once again Gertler deeper on the brakes because he's got Keynes as a marker to help sort of calculate on the fly how much brake pressure you're going to need in order to facilitate that movement, particularly at the front of the field. So 65 seconds plus 1 lap still to go. They're running in 49.6s at the front of the field. So it looks like the next time around the 2 leaders, who are line astern coming out of turn number 12 over the crest. Double whites at 13 and 14. It's still ahead of the moment. He
has led the race all the way through so far. 42 seconds on the clock as they cross the finish line. This and one more lap to go. Göttler not yet going for it. Ben's just doing what he needs to do at the front of the field, keeping ahead of Göttler. And Göttler was not that much faster than Niklas Krenz. Had dramas yesterday. They've actually done a full rebuild on that car. A new chassis was required after yesterday's festivities. The timer now counts down. 5 seconds on the clock as they go through turn 12. We will now go onto the final lap before the lunch break. Niklas Krenz has led so far from lights out. He's got just over 1,200 metres to negotiate as they hustle their way under the gantry. Fleischmann still in third, Thiem in fourth, Florian Breitenbach in fifth, with Marc Bartels, Oliver Breitenbach, Yannick Jacobs, Janis Stier, and Hannes Border running at the top 10. As Jonas Walscheid trying to close in on the 468 in the dying throes of the race. The two leaders now come through turn 8. Into the right at 9 for the final time, through into the left at 10. Göttler's got 4 more corners to go to the offensive. Final time. James is keeping Göttler at bay. Through into 12. Now this could be a run to the line. The way things are going. Göttler is half a car left behind. Going to turn 13. Through the final corner we come. It's going to be a drag race, but Krenz sweeps in front and takes the victory by 0.148 seconds. Ahead of Ronnie Göttler, Max Fleischmann rounds out the top 3. Ahead of Dennis Thiem by just 0.6 of a second. Florian Breitenbach rounds out the top 5 places ahead of Marc Bartels. Oliver Breitenbach rounds out the top 7 ahead of Yannick Jacobs. Janis Stier and Hannes Border rounds out the top 10 places. Jonas Walscheid finishes in 11th. Denis Chalot rounds out the top 12 ahead of Franziska Blum. As we wait for Tim Schneider to cross the line. I think he's ended up a lap off the leaders. And he crosses the line, completes the 18th and final lap of the race. With Marcel Steiner to an unfortunate retirement after technical dramas saw the 413 retire on lap number 2.
Okay, meine Damen und Herren, jetzt ist es Mittagspause bis zum 14:15 Uhr, wenn wir wieder starten mit 7 letzten Rennen hier in Wackersdorf bei der zweiten Runde der Rotax Max Challenge Germany Saison 2020. So that's it. Lunch break is now in effect up until 2:15 this afternoon, where we have 7 more races this afternoon to conclude the second and penultimate round of the 2020 Rotax Max Challenge Germany season. We'll be back at 2:15 this afternoon. Don't forget to tune in, and thank you for watching.
scheiße gutes Elend. Ich hau dich gleich tot. Alles gut. Prima Freier. Ey, wäre ich im Wald gegangen, hätte ich frisch gewichst, wärst du heute frisch. Ja, ich nehme noch einen Apfel.
Ich wollte schon mal nach Hause fallen.
Als Ritter jetzt super. Kannst du das selbst tun? Was vorstellen?
Billo, du hast gesagt für deine Tochter. Ja. Kann man passieren. Sei dir gegönnt. Bitte? Ja, das tue ich auch nicht. Ich glaube, wir sind Freunde.
So jetzt sind wir wieder zurück. We're now back for our last 7 races of the weekend here at Rotax Max Challenge Germany Round 2 for 2020. So first up, it is our first of 2 DD2 Masters races this weekend. 14 minutes on the clock, plus an additional lap. We'll see the drivers circulate around the fantastic circuit here at Pro Cup Raceland in Wackersdorf. Let's have a look at the grid for DD2 Masters. Starting in pole position, the result of time qualified earlier on today. In pole position, Dennis Thun from Karlsborg Klim in the 544 will lead from pole position. Tommy Helfinger in the 506 lines up alongside, ahead of Timo Haug in the 507 and 522 of Daniel Schollenberger. Stefan Kabau in the 555 and Andreas Frenzel in the 503 complete the top 3 rows. Marco Winkler in the 566 and Tanju Yildiz in the 572 complete the top 4 rows, with Andreas Schindler in the 515, the 502 of Klaus Parnett, and we should have Konrad Bayer joining us, but he's not yet exited out of the pre-grid, so I'm not too sure whether he will be competing in this race unless he starts from the pre-grid. So if the start does happen and Konrad Bayer is waiting in the wings, he will come out of the pits as soon as the field have gone through and have been released through the start phase. The drivers now make their way over the crest before the final 2 corners on the circuit here at Wackersdorf to get things underway for our first of 7 races. Through the final corner they come. They split. The revs start to build as the drivers head into the tram lines. Let's see if we go lights out. We are racing. Great start by Dennis Thun, is quickly followed by Timo Haug up into turn 3 for the first time. Tanju Yildiz has an absolute nightmare of a start and bangs the left-hand side of the front wheel, steering wheel in frustration. Looks like Konrad Bayer has not opted to start this race, as the field now makes its way through turn 7 for the first time. Thun leading from Haug. Helfinger in 3rd place ahead of Daniel Schollenberger and Stefan Kabau, who rounds out the top 5 positions. So Andreas Schindler up into 8th and Klaus Parnett up into 9th place as a result of Tanju Yildiz's unfortunate bogging down on the straight coming through into the start. First lap completed, Dennis Thun has the lead over Timo Haug of just over 0.37 seconds. Tommy Helfinger trying to keep in close proximity to Timo Haug for the for 2nd position. Schollenberger trying to keep in touching distance with them. Stefan Kabau completes the top 5. Helfinger getting a really good run through turn 8 on Timo Haug as they now exit through the chicane. Through to turn 11, Haug puts on the defensive and goes on the defensive as Helfinger looks towards the inside of the corner. So the 507 from FM Racing still holds on to 2nd for the minute. Fastest lap of the race so far is being put in by the leader. He's just gone into the 50.5s. The gap now between him and Timo Haug is just over half a second. A 50.726 second lap time from Timo Haug, but Tommy Helfinger is quicker by over 44 thousandths on that last lap and is closing on the 507. Once again through turn 7, 8, into 9, into the left at 10. Stefan Kabau now just keeping an eye on where both Andreas Frenzel and Marco Winkler are in terms of proximity just behind him. As there's been a bit of a development, as now Tommy Helfinger has dropped a little bit further down the order. He's now back down to 5th place. He tries to get past Stefan Kabau in the 555. Tries to get past him. Marco Winkler now gets alongside as they go side by side nigh on through over the start-finish line. Andreas Schindler now closing on Marco Winkler and gets up the inside of the 566. through turn number 4. Winkler back on the counter-offensive, trying to go through turn 5, and then launches it up the inside the 515 through turn 6. Retakes the position back. So as a result of the drama for Tommy Helfinger, which has now dropped him down into what is 4th on the road behind Timo Hull. Daniel Schollenberger now takes 2nd. Dennis Stewart in the meantime, over the crest, through the final couple of corners, now to complete lap number 4 of the race. 10 minutes and 38 seconds still to go, plus 1 additional lap. Thun did have a 1.1 second lead, it's now extended to nearly 1.5 seconds. And he's gone even quicker, the 50.185 second lap time by the 544. Schollenberger did a 50.454 second lap time. Timo Hager 50.539. Tommy Helfinger was slightly faster on that occasion by just over 0.2 of a second. So Helfinger back up to full racing speed. Klaus Barnett. Sorry, Andreas Wenzel, Marco Winkler, and Schindler round out the top 8 positions, followed by Klaus Barnett, Daniel Yildiz. He's running at his own pace at the moment, which is unfortunately what he's now got to do just to keep some points on the board. And we've had a 3-second penalty given to Daniel Yildiz, who actually exited 2 wheels on the tram lines, or from the tram lines on the start. As Dennis Stewart now extends his lead to 1.675 seconds. Tommy Helfinger in 4th, now closing down on Timo Haug for 3rd place. Sets the fastest lap of anybody. 50.095 second lap time. Last time across the line, he was just over 3.5 tenths of a second behind Timo Haug, but that gap looks to be dropping. So Dennis Stewart now looks to extend this lead in the race. The gap now is 1.9 seconds. Helfinger again for the 2nd lap in succession sets the fastest time of anybody as he closes up really close to the back bumper of Timo Haug through into turn 4, but Haug manages to get away from him, but they're closing up, the pair of them, on Daniel Schollenberger. Schollenberger was actually the slowest out of the 3 battling over 2nd position, but Schollenberger looks to be a little bit further ahead now in front of Timo Haug. Battle of contention, but it's not just the 3 battling over what is 2nd position, and he got to the front behind Stefan Kabel to see how close it's still Marco Winkler in terms of proximity, because Marco Winkler has got past Spencer for 6th place. Schindler, Barnett, Yildiz complete the top 10. Makes his way through the chicane. Helfinger getting given close, which Timo Haug has now overtaken. Daniel Schollenberger thought 2nd place is now Helfinger looks towards the inside and gets past through turn 11. On the fine number, 122 on Schollenberger, who now drops over the course of this last lap from 2nd to 4th position. Then he's still doing what he needs to do at the front of the field. 5.44 from Ashford Flynn. Now has a gap of over 2.8 seconds between himself and Timo Haug. As Schindler gets very close to Andreas Fenton going through turn 3. But then Klaus Barnett. Oh! There's been a clash between Schindler and also Fenton, and that has allowed, well, that nearly allowed Klaus Barnett to try and get past as he got past. I think, not too sure. No, he hasn't. So Fenton was on the better receiving end, unlike Andreas Schindler, who had a bit of a lump there. Better kind of shot across that field, going through. Stand number 4th position. So Dennis Stewart has now a couple of laps to go. On the completion of lap 7, he's got under 50 seconds on the lap time. Has he done it again? He has, and he's dropped. He's pushed the envelope once again. 49.901 second lap time.
4:5:44 in the X3 chassis. Timo Haug is now trying to keep Tommy Helfinger at bay, who's hell bent on trying to get back that second place. 6 minutes to go. 8 minutes completed. The first of two races for the two Masters. They will close out the action. It's their final race for starting around about 4:15 this afternoon local time. Oh, and that was Schindler. 2 wheels on the glass. Is that somebody else? I think that might have been the driver in front, and that would be Klaus Barnett, who had one coming in at 10. Went very wide over the curves and picked up the dust from the right-hand side. There was a lot of dust going to the right rear of his cart. Stool now has a 3-second lead. Timo Haug also going to start 50 seconds on that time, as does Tommy Helfinger. With Haug the quicker of the two, the pair still covered by just under a quarter of a second. This two comes out of 10-11, through to 10-12. We've got 5 minutes on the race remaining now. Helfinger still trying to close up. On Timo Haug, 4 seconds. Nathan's trying to drop him down the colour ladder. In the meantime, a great run performance so far over the last few laps from Michael Winkler. The 555 of Stefan Kraval for 5th place. The gap now between the pair of them, just over 2.5 tenths of a second. As Winkler puts in a 50.2 second lap time to the number. Goes over 2 tenths of a second quicker than Stefan Kraval. Kraval over the last 3 laps has done a 50.376 to 50.604. 50.424 on that particular lap. Whereas Winkler has gone no slower than a 50.2 over the last 3 laps. And it's still completes lap number 12, as we have 3 minutes and 53 seconds on the clock to go past an additional lap. Helfinger still trying to close in on the number 507 of FM Racing's Timo Haug. Yet again, both Dennis Gould and Tommy Helfinger are both under the 50-second barrier for their respective laps on the completion of lap 12. Winkler in the meantime has started lapping at around about the same pace. Well, it looks like Kraval's responded as he has picked up the fact that Michael Winkler is closing him down. The battle still between Timo Haug and Tommy Helfinger ranges on. Still has a 3.339 second advantage over 2 in front and 2 behind. What this is allowing to do, because I've just noticed that Daniel Schottenberger is now matching the pace. Michael Winkler is closing the back after Stefan Kraval for 5th place through turn 6. So Vespen, Frenton, and Fred Schindler and Klaus Barnett battling away over 7, 8, and 9. What this is actually about is despite the fact that he's got a 3-second penalty for the two wheels outside of the ground lines, Daniel Youngers has been now lapping consistently in the mid to low 50-second barrier on the track route. He's just put in his fastest couple of races, 50.305. It's the 572.26. This lead now extends to 3.7 seconds as the wheel. 4 seconds did happen between Helfinger and Haug. The 506 now ahead of the 507. Schottenberger now puts in his best effort of the race so far. 9.79 second lap time. Bringing to within 5 tenths of a second of Timo Haug. So Haug under threat now as we get into the last minute and 50 seconds. Last an additional lap of the race. But the time is fast ticking away. So then we'll have quickly Schottenberger can push. Qualifying start lap after lap. Right to catch at least one of the 2 in front. So at Vespen, Wenzel still keeping ahead of Schindler. Klaus Barnett at the top line. Can you get this still in 10th position?
again improved on his best lap. He's been running the 50-second bracket for the last 3 laps alone. Make that fourth on the consecutive bounce there. As Dennis Dooley now has a 3.8-second lead. It's the last 60 seconds to go of the race, and it's one more lap. Around 18 laps completed, that will get the flag. So Helfinger now has a lead of just over 4.5 tenths of a second when they crossed the stripe last time around over Timo Hull. And Schoenberger looks to be dropping off ever so slightly in terms of lead of fractions. So around 37 seconds to go on the clock. Dennis Dooley did cross the line to the 16. Onto the penultimate lap we go. His lead seems to have been inspired to cut the race once again. 49, 6, 9, 7 second lap time from the 5:44 from Kashwar-Klim. Tommy Helfinger now starting to stretch a little bit more of an advantage. It's nearly 6 tenths of a second, hands in hand. Over Timo Hull. Daniel Schollenberger rounds out the top 4 with Stefan Carlos being chased down. 0 on the clock. This time around, Dennis Dooley will get the final lap board for the first of 2 races. Just over 1,200 metres remaining for the Kashwar-Klim driver of Dennis Dooley. The gap now between him and Tommy Helfinger is now just over 3.9 seconds. As Daniel Schollenberger closes the gap to just under 3.5 tenths behind Timo Hull, which completes the top 3. Michael Winkler looks to have dropped off Stefan Krabel ever so slightly. It's a 50.012 second lap time for the 555. 5.66, so 50.261 second lap time around the top of the hill. But the checkered flag will wave for the first time this afternoon. The first of 7 races completed to bring us to the end of the penultimate lap of the season. And it is the 5:44 of Kashwar-Klim's Dennis Dooley that takes the victory quite convincingly. And lights down to checkered flag. Helfinger takes second. Ahead of Timo Hull, Daniel Schollenberger running out the top 4. Stefan Krabel completes the top 5 ahead of the 5.66 of Kafka Schwartz. Michael Winkler on the safety car chassis. And Petr Spencer takes 7th ahead of Andreas Schindler. Klaus Barnett rounds out the top 9 with Daniel Yildiz. Even though he crossed the line 17 seconds behind the leader, it will be 20 seconds at the end of it for a 3-second post-race penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. But Dennis Dooley starts this Sunday in the right way, and he's on the best foot possible. So we now go on to our final set of races of the day. 6 races to go. First up, it's Micromax. And here is the grid. On pole position for C4 Racing is the number 11 of Maximilian Pirch, with Bueller Kart Racing Team's Oli Glan in the number 18 alongside. Marlon Di Salvo from C4 Racing will line up on 3rd position in the number 23, with Kashmir.de's Alexander Klugel in the number 80 on row 2. Kenyon Washington from Lees Racing in the 14. We'll have Energy Force of Germany, its very own number 88, Tom Pedger. Running out the top 3 rows. Niklas Casarino in the 12 and Gabriel Hoffmann in the 95 make it an all-knees racing row 4. Noah Janssen on the Sony Kart chassis in the number 31. We'll have these racings, number 50, Matthias Schulter alongside, and they complete the top 10. Maxime Becker in the 55, Leopold Joub in the number 13, and Christos Malakos complete the 13 strong that will go into battle for a final 9 minutes plus an additional lap. That is very close on the start there, as I think I just saw Alexander Klugel gesticulate in the general direction of Ollie Glan. So very, very shortly we will see if this race, which we did see fireworks going through turn 4 a bit earlier on in the first race earlier on today, and also we saw a lot of action yesterday for these youngsters as they get ready. We go through turn 12 and then go over the crest that leads us into the double right-hander. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry. 9 minutes set to count down the moment we go. Lights out for the 5th and final race for Micromax. They come round the final corner. They do start to accelerate ever so slightly, but through the tram lines we go. Revs rise. Lights are out. It is a good start, and off we go. Great start there by Marlon Di Salvo, who gets ahead of Ollie Glan on the run to turn 3 for the first time. So the drivers making their way through into turn 4, as it's 2 abreast at some points just outside of the top 5. But now they all start coming through. It looks like Pilch is leading, Di Salvo in 2nd, Glan in 3rd. I think I make out that's might be Kenyon Washington that's up into at least 5th, or maybe even make that 4th place. Oh, that's a move and a half from Ollie Glan up the inside through turn 9. It is Kenyon Washington, and just behind him is the number 12, Niklas Casarino. As Kenyon Washington manages to get past Marlon Di Salvo, as now the number 88 of Tom Reger, I think, has just got past Niklas Casarino, who gets the switchback. Going through turn 12, over the crest they go. Pilch leads, Glan in 2nd, Washington rounds out the top 3 as they are swarming like a small pack of bees coming over the start-finish line. 3 line astern between 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then 6th, 7th and 8th. So Becker looking up the inside of Tom Reger as, that's a definite move there from Marlon Di Salvo. Up now, back up into 3rd place. Pilch leads the field into turn number 6 with Washington and Casarino rounding out the top 5. Gabriel Hoffmann has a little bit of work to do, but he's up into 7th. This is the number 95. Just behind him is the number 88 of Tom Reger, as Maxime Becker rounds out the top 7. As we have got one driver that has actually pulled off onto the spot on the inside of the infield, and that is Christos Malakos. So we're down to 12 competitors. The leaders come around the final corner. A bit of a gap now for Maximilian Pilch. He was just over 4 tenths in the second last time around between him and Ollie Glan. It's now 0.6. Di Salvo, Casarino, Washington, Hoffmann round out the top 6 positions. Tom Reger now down. He's going to be down in 8th very much if Maxime Becker gets through, and does so. And I think Noah Janssen also got past the 88 in the process, going through turn number 4. Pilch, whilst everyone is squabbling behind, because now Marlon Di Salvo is closing at a consummate rate of knots on the back bumper of Ollie Glan and looks towards the inside, now pulls out of the slipstream into turn 11. The 23 goes up the inside of the number 18. So Di Salvo now up into 2nd. Closing up behind them is the number 12, Niklas Casarino. It's Kenyon Washington, Gabriel Hoffmann, and the number 88, I think it is, of, Tom Reger is a bit further down the order as Leopold Joub now makes his way through turn 12. Leaders cross the line, gap now is 0.6 of a second as Di Salvo puts in a 58.2. Fastest lap of the race is now from Maxime Becker, who's up into 7th ahead of Noah Janssen and Tom Reger, who rounds out the top 8. Alexander Klugel that completes the top 10 and is just behind the number 88 as they now make their way through turn 7 into 8, into the right at 9 before they exit the chicane through the left at 10. Di Salvo looking to get his head down and try and get a little bit of aerodynamic efficiency on that kart. Try and close up to Ole Glan, but Nicolas Casarino is ready to try and have an opportunity to get past. That's Gabriel Hoffmann, I've just noticed, has got past Kenyon Washington. What is 5th and 6th? So they're in 5th and 6th respectively. So the trio of these racing drivers looking to move a bit further forward up towards the sharp end of the grid, let alone being in the bottom part of the top 6. So fastest lap of the race is now Gabriel Hoffmann, 57.966 from the number 95. As now Pilch coming under fire from Ole Glan. Di Salvo in 3rd. As up the inside on Nicolas Casarino. That's an absolutely brilliant manoeuvre from Gabriel Hoffmann through turn 6. Casarino looked to the inside line through 7, and Gabriel Hoffmann said, "No, I'm sorry. You might be my teammate, but I'm still going to battle for the position nevertheless." It's been pretty clean between the 3 of these racing teammates, all running on pretty much on the Maranello chassis. But it is really, really closed up at the front of the field between the top 4, then the 3 behind them round out the top 7, and then the battle that's going on between the likes of Tom Pedro, who's an hour ahead, Noah Janssen. Just behind is Alexander Kluger. Top 4, pretty much bumper to bumper as Ole Glan now goes up the inside, tries to take the lead from Maximilian Pilch, runs a little bit wide. Pilch nearly loses out to Di Salvo, going through the exit of turn 4. Into 5 they go, now into 6. Oh, that is a brilliant opportunistic move by Gabriel Hoffmann to steal 3rd away from Marlon Di Salvo through turn 6, and the number 95 really starting to come alive in the latter part of this race. 3 minutes, 35 seconds, plus 1 additional lap. The battle for the lead is going to be contested not just by the top 3, but for the lead. That is for the lead, and up the inside goes Maximilian Pirch once again to take the place from Ole Glan, who is going to come under fire from Gabriel Hoffmann, who goes up the inside of the number 18 through turn 12. This is going to allow Marlon Di Salvo to go past the number 95 once again through turn 13. But round the outside, he tries to keep it pinned, but here comes Nicolas Casarino, making it nearly 3 abreast. Oh, it's a 5-kart squabble over 3rd place, as it's nearly 2 wide going into turn 3, and it's nearly 3 abreast going into turn 4. Oh my goodness, and it's the 2 knees racing teammates of Casarino and Hoffmann, and they're battling away for 3rd place. As now, I think that was, it was Washington and Casarino, as Hoffmann now is now down into 6th place, so he has more work to do. 2 minutes and 37 seconds still, plus an additional lap to go. Pilch and Glan now get a bit of a respite from the rabble behind them, trying to close up, which is being led by Nicolas Casarino, with Kenyon Washington just behind. Then it's the number 23 of Marlon Di Salvo. Gabriel Hoffmann rounds out the top 6 as they come through the final corner once again. Whilst they've been battling, watch out for Maxime Becker, who is now behind Tom Vedger in the 88. And the fastest driver who set the fastest lap anyhow is Gabriel Hoffmann with a 57.620. And it looks like Hoffmann has managed to get past Di Salvo through turn 4. Di Salvo can't counter-attack through 6. But the top 8 drivers were covered by just under 2 seconds at the conclusion of lap number 7. 1 minute and 38 seconds still to go, plus 1 lap. This, I think probably another couple of laps on top, will conclude the Micro Max action here at Wackersdorf for the second round of the 2020 season. But Maximilian Pilch took the win in the first race. He's looking to do the double here and really solidify his chances at a title push. Still, anyone's guess as who is going to win this cavalcade of great racing, as Kenyon Washington now being pressurised by teammate Gabriel Hoffmann, who sweeps up the inside through turn 3. Washington's got a good run. He could have gone up the inside of his teammate through turn 4, thinks better of it, slots back, stays in 5th at the moment. Whilst this has all been happening, Tom Hedger is now past Marlon Di Salvo with Maxime Becker in the 55, not too far behind, and has got the ringside seat. Casarino, in the meantime, is still keeping with Oli Glan, who's lost a little bit of ground to Maximilian Pinch in the number 11. As well, that is an absolute barnstormer of a move, if you want to call it that, by Tom Herger in the 88, he sends it from absolutely nowhere past Kenyon Washington, who's going to look, I think that's going to be another place loss by the number 14. Marlon Di Salvo goes into the inside of the number 14, and then Di Salvo gets past. Maxime Becker, I think, he's gone side by side with Washington into turn 3. Who's going to come out on top with this one? Washington powers round the outside and gets the run of momentum. He's a little bit further behind. Alexander Klugel now gets past Noe Jansen for 9th place. 0 on the clock. Apart from this lap, we have one more to go, as it is still anyone's guess. Oli Glan is being hounded by Niklas Casarino in the dying stages. Pirlich has a lead of about 3.5 tenths of a second. Glan coming under fire now from Casarino, who looks towards the inside through turn 11, makes the move stick. Nicely done by the number 12. They are being closed in on by Gabriel Hoffmann. In the 95, as Glan retakes the position, side by side go the pair over the crest. Gabriel Hoffmann now seizes the opportunity, and he goes up the inside of his teammates and nearly tried to get past Oli Glan. One more lap to go in Micromax here at Wackersdorf. Pirlich leads, and it is a three-way fight to the finish between Oli Glan, Gabriel Hoffmann and Niklas Casarino. Casarino looking to the inside of Hoffmann, who then goes up the inside of Oli Glan to now take second position through turn 4 in the final lap. Through 5 for the final time. Pirlich still has breathing space. But now it is about who out of the 3 behind is going to try and challenge him in the latter stages. But because they're squabbling between themselves, Pirlich could get away with this one and have another victory in the books for this weekend. Through to turn 11 for the final time. As Gabriel Hoffmann gets the head down to get the aerodynamics working to the best of their efficiency possible using these karts. He gets really, really close and takes a tighter line going through turn 12. Over the crest for the final time they come. So for the final Micromax race of the weekend here at Wackersdorf, Maximilian Pirlich in the number 11 from C4 Racing takes the win in the checkered flag. What a drive from Gabriel Hoffmann. Started 8th, finished 2nd. That's a great drive from the youngster in the 95. Oli Glan rounds out the top 3 ahead of Niklas Casarino in the number 12. Tom Herger managed to get his way to take 5th at the flag and could have factored in if there had been another handful of laps in addition to the 11 that we've completed in this race. Marlon Di Salvo in 6th, Kenyon Washington in 7th, Maxime Becker in 8th ahead of Alexander Klugel, with Noe Jansen completing the top 10. Matthias Schulte in 11th, Leopold Schultz, Kraft Motorsport completing the 12 that finished the full race distance. And unfortunately, just before even the race got underway, Christos Malakos unfortunately retired. Now we have our second and final race of the weekend for Minimax, and the grid is as follows. Leandro Fischer will lead the field from pole position in the 136 from RS competition. Alongside will be the 111 of Nice Racing's Montego Masson. Austin Lee in the 107 from Karlschmied.de will be joined by Schollenberger Racing's 121 in the form of David Scherhoek. Jonas Ungenada in the 158 from Nice Racing, and David Schnell from Karlschmied.de will line up in 5th and 6th respectively. 7th is Miko Mikov in the 102 from Karlsborg Klim, ahead of the 118 of Mika Trapp. Tom Müller in the 122 will be 9th ahead of Moritz Volber in the 115. Hugo Güttel in the 174 will have Adrian Hör in the 103. And they complete the final row of the drivers that will compete over the next 9 minutes, plus 1 additional lap. Now the drivers try to assort themselves in the relevant grid positions ahead of their 5th and final race of the weekend. DD2 Masters will close out the action when their second and final race of the weekend gets underway at 4:15 this afternoon. So Fischer and Marson will control the pace onto the rolling start. Over the crest they come. Through into turns 13 and 14 we go. The anticipation builds, they split, they go into the tram lines. Revs rise on the Rotax racing engines, lights are out, we are off and away. And a great start from Austin Lee from 3rd on the grid to get past Montego Masson as the entire field makes their way through, as there's been a massive change and a shift. Austin Lee has now got to the lead of the race, having started on the inside of row number 2. So the 107 up into 1st, ahead of Jonas Ungenada. Leandro Fischer now down into 3rd place, ahead of Montego Masson in the 111. David Scherhoek now rounds out the top 5 positions ahead of Tom Müller in the 122, who's had a great start from 8th position. There's a bit of a run wide coming out of turn 10 by the 118 of Mika Trapp, who looks to have Miko Mikov trying to go up the inside and has not been able to get past. Just behind them is David Schnell, also from Karlschmied.de, but Miko Mikov now goes side by side with Mika Trapp. Going over the crest, Trapp gets ahead, going through turn 13. After lap 1, it's Austin Lee in 107 leads, followed quickly by Jonas Ungenada, Leandro Fischer, Montego Masson, as now Ungenada goes for the lead up towards turn 4. The 158 gets past. Leandro Fischer also gets through. So Austin Lee drops from the lead to 3rd place in one fell swoop through one corner. And it could have very quickly been as all. Tom Müller up the inside of David Scherhoek through turn 6 to try and take 5th place and gets the move completed well and truly through the exit of turn number 7. Through into the chicane they come for the first time. Ungenada leads, Fischer in 2nd, Austin Lee in 3rd. Tom Müller goes very defensive of David Scherhoek before they even hit turn number 11 on the apex thereof. And he looks over his right shoulder to see where Scherhoek is, and then there's Mika Trapp and David Schnell. They complete the top 8 positions. Hugo Güttel now up into 9th place ahead of Moritz Volber. Drivers cross the line to complete lap number 2, and it's now Leandro Fischer who's taken the lead from Jonas Ungenada. Ahead through turn 3. Lee goes up the inside of Ungenada to take back 2nd position through turn 4, makes the move. Ungenada gets nearly side by side with the 107 going through the exit of the corner. Now he goes up the inside, back once again, it changes for 2nd position as Austin Lee nearly goes side by side through to the approach into turn 7. Montego Masson has the ringside seat. Once again, more intense, close quarter battles between the Minimax drivers as Austin Lee now retakes 2nd position through turn number 11 as Jonas Ungenada nearly gets compromised as he has to give enough racing room as Lee had enough room to get through, and he made the door open wider and probably what Jonas Ungenada actually wanted as they come through. This is allowing Leandro Fischer to get away. 136 driver from RS competition now has a 1.144 second lap advantage ahead of Austin Lee. Unganada looking possibly to get past. Oh, nice move by Tom Lula there up the inside of Montego Maston. And with that, David Giroux was also trying to get through too, but couldn't get past the 111. As now, David Schnell goes up the inside of the 121. Literally, that was the gap that was nigh on closing, ever so close. That could have been contact between the pair. However, David Schnell made it count. 5 minutes and 45 seconds to the race. Oh, now the 103 of Adrian Hall went very, very wide, and it's just kicked up an absolute slack load of dust coming out of turn 10, which has been blown in the general direction of the marshals just off the start finish line, which he goes to Pritchard. That's how hard they're pushing. Pritchard now has a lead of 1.387 seconds ahead of Austin Lee, who now comes under fire once again from Jonas Unganada. Lee still able to hold on to second position as Tom Müller is now threatening to go up into the top three. Just behind Unganada is the 122. The Tony Carter chassis. Montego Masson rounds out the top five, but it's being pressurised by David Schnell on the 112. And Giroux can pick it up, round out the train. That's 8 cars. As all up the inside for third place, and that is Tom Müller. As a result of that, Jonas Unganada runs wide, and that allows the door to open once again for Montego Masson in the 111. He now occupies fourth place. 4.5 minutes still to go. Halfway through the race, halfway to go. Now the chase starts. Leandro Fisher leads the way, but Austin Lee has put in a very good lap time there. He was nearly half a second quicker on that last tour. But behind him, Tom Müller is now threatening, and he's gone up the inside of the 107 through turn number 6 for second place. Montego Maston looks to have lost out to Jonas Unganada in the process. No one been through turn number 4. And just behind them, they've got David Schnell at the 112. That completes the top 6. Following them is David Giroux and Mika Trapp, who are still in 7th and 8th respectively. Hugo Gustel in the 174 minutes out of the top 9, with Moritz Volber in the number 115 in 10th place. So Fisher across the line, just over 3.5 minutes to go. Gap was just over 9 tenths. It's now 0.7. And that's a great lap there from Tom Müller, who is being hounded once again by Austin Lee, and Austin Lee was slightly slower on that lap last time around, 50.4 for the 107. As up the inside of Montego Masson goes David Schnell, the pair nearly interlock wheels going through the exit of turn 6, but Schnell makes it through to P5. Oh, and there's a bit of a run wide from somebody now. Who was that? I'm just keeping an eye on who that was. That would have been the 118 in Nicky Trapp. He lost out big time coming out of turn 8, ran a bit wide, kicked up the dust just off of the grass. 2 minutes and 42 seconds plus 1 lap. The Antwerp Fisher continues to lead after 7 laps completed. But the gap now is 6.5 tenths of a second, as now Austin Lee messes with the back end of the car, trying to keep pace with Tom Müller going through turn 3 into 4. He's now being pressurised by Jonas Unganada. Austin Lee's got the most difficult decision. He's got to try and defend, but he won't defend on that one because Jonas Unganada read the situation and perfectly positioned the 158 kart up the inside through for third place into turn number 6. So Austin Lee at one point was leading this race. He's now down to 4th, just in front of his teammate. He could very much be fast. Well, that's a double overtake and a half. Well, there we go. That's brilliant stuff from both Austin Lee and also it was Montego Maston. Maston went up the inside of David Schnell. Lee got past Unganada. Unganada dropped behind Maston as a result of that, and David Schnell got past by most of the process. So it's still all to play for. We've got 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Tom Müller now is starting to see an opportunity that presents itself in the form of an overtake at some point over Leandro Fisher. But the time is fast running out, just under 90 seconds plus a lap to go, as I can hear the cheers of encouragement down from the gantry just off the commentary position. It's all about who wants it the most. Tom Müller has not really had an opportunity to go for the victory. Now he's got this. As Damage now goes up the inside of Jonathan Granada through turn 11. Oh, that's very close between the two. They nearly interlock wheels, but Schnell makes it past. 60 seconds on the clock remaining. The driver's been running at the around about 54-second lap time. We're going to go on to the penultimate lap now. Tom Müller now has to push like crazy. Put in a qualifying lap and a half to try and catch up, and also use the braking zones to catch up to Leandro Fischer, who has pretty much been at the forefront of this race and also of the day's proceedings here at Wackersdorf. Through turn number 7 into 8. It's getting closer between the two at the front. Tom Müller now has got to push. He gets a good run coming out of turn number 10 into 11 for the penultimate time. 17 seconds on the clock remain before the time is strike zero. As Austin Lee getting pressurised quite significantly by Montego Masson. David Schnell factoring into this battle for third place. It's going to be close. I think this is going to be the final lap. 0 on the clock. Last lap ball for Minimax this weekend. Tom Müller now 2/10 of a second adrift of Leandro Fischer. He now is in the slipstream. Here we go! He's gone for the lead. He's got it through turn 4. Tom Müller has pulled out an absolutely blinding performance through turn 4 in the final lap of the race, but he's having to go defensive. Now the real hard work begins. Müller runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 6, gets defensive through 7. This is now allowing Austin Lee to come clearly back into this. They head through the chicane for the final time. This is where it all counts. Tom Müller now has to go towards the inside for turn 11. He does so. Blocks the door. Does not allow Leandro Fischer an opportunity to get past. But Fischer towards the outside through turn 12. This is absolutely captivating stuff. Austin Lee tags Leandro Fischer from behind. He loses out to Montego Masson through turn 14. We come. Tom Müller in the 122 wins the final Minimax race of the weekend. What a drive! Fantastic from 9th on the grid to win the race. Brilliant stuff. Leandro Fischer held on to second, but by 2/10 ahead of Montego Masson, Austin Lee missed out on third place by just 68 thousandths of a second. And wow, nearly a 10th and a half ahead of his teammate David Schnell, who rounds out the top 5. Jonas Ungenander in 6th, David Schuhuk rounds out the top 7. Hugo Göttel in 8th, Mika Tapp in 9th, Moritz Tolber in 10th, Nico Mikov rounds out the top 11 with Adrian Hoare still last, but by no means least, crosses the line. What an exciting finale to that race, and the sportsmanship through to turn 12 between Leandro Fischer and Tom Müller, clear to see. What a fantastic crescendo for Minimax this weekend.
Alle Rennfahrer, bitte müsst ihre Rennlizenzen nach ihrem letzten Rennen und der Waage nicht im Rennberuf ablegen. Diese Aktion Ruhestandes, Nachtservice,
Next up, Junior Rotax Race 2. And here is the starting grid. So it will be Nikita Genza in the 226 ahead of Farin Mega that will complete the front row in the 245. Kian Agasade in third. In the 262 we'll have the 233 of Rafael Henhofer alongside. Then it's an international road 3 with Denmark's Magnus Pedersen in the 247 and Lucas Schoenmakers in the 203 representing the Netherlands. Valentin Klus in the 201 will be on the inside of row number 4. Alongside will be the 228 of Luis Jacobs as they go onto the formation lap. The 217 of Eurocard Racing Team's Rafael Balza will have Nevio Fischer in the 236 from RS Competition alongside. They complete the top 10. Leon Arndt in the 208, Richard Thomas in the 205, Janis Diak in the 238, Maurice Schmeis in the 210, and Corbin Hillebrands round out the top 15 positions. Maximilian Pagand and Luigi Gazor round out the 17 drivers that will now compete over the next 11 minutes, plus one additional lap. So the drivers now start to get into formation. Genza will now make, as it's a bit of a cat and mouse game with them all trying to find their relevant positions. So now Farin Mega gets alongside Nikita Genza, who will lead the field from pole position. Red lights on the starting gantry. After this we will have 3 more races to complete the 31 that have taken place over the 2 days of competition. Into the tram lines we go. Is it a clean start? Full start. But now that was definitely a start that our race director was not at all happy with. So back once around again we go. So the drivers now make their way through the chicane once again, as we now wait for the drivers to get into the relevant grid positions. Let's see if we can get things underway for the second time of asking. The top 10 is as follows: Genza, Mega, Agasade, Renhofer, Pedersen, Schoenmakers, Klus, Jacobs, Balza and Fischer. That is your top 10. Drivers very eager to now get things underway and get racing for one final time. They start to now bunch up a little bit more as we go through the final corner. The revs rise. Do we get lights going out this time? Second full start in a row. Well, they do say sometimes that third time is a charm, or third time lucky, but this time now we get the red flag and the drivers will be pulled to the start-finish line, and the race director will be down to have a chat with them ahead of this race. So the race director actually just had a word with Nikita Genza, our pole setup. So the drivers will now have one formation lap. I'll quickly run through the grid once again. So it's Nikita Genza from Farin Mega, Jan Agassadi from Raphael Renhofer, Magnus Pedersen, Lukas Schoenmakers, Valentin Klus, Luis Jacobs, Raphael Balzer, Nevio Fischer, Leon Arndt, Richard Thomas, Janis Diak, Maurice Meis, Robin Hillebrands, Maximilian Pagand, and Luigi Gasso, rounding out the 17 strong. Red lights back on the starting entry. Let's see if the third start gets away cleanly this time. 11 minutes set on the timer, plus one additional lap. So once again, it's a third time, a third attempt here. As Genza and Mega now cleanly control the pace coming through turn 12 before they now start going over the crests of the hill just before 13 and 14. Everyone now getting into position, ready to race for the final time for Junior Rotax, the fifth and final race of the weekend. Let's see if we get things well and truly underway. Through into the tram lines we go. Revs rise. This time it is a clean start. We're off and racing. And a great start from Farin Mega. He's trying to go around towards the outside through into turn 3. But Genza holds on to the lead. As several drivers, it looks like it's 3 wide trying to go into turn 4. That will never work. Oh, one goes off at the side of the circuit. That must have been Agassadi, as Genza did get the lead. And up into second is Lukas Schoenmakers. Raphael Renhofer rounds out the top 3. And it looks like a trio of RS competition cars being led by Valentin Klus, who now is in 4th place. Just behind will be the 247 of Magnus Pedersen and the 236 of Nevio Fischer. This has really changed the dynamic of the race, as now we've got one kart forlorn off of the exit of turn number 7. And rounding out the top 8 positions, I think I see... Well, it's Raphael Balzer, I think, is now up into 8, is in 8th place. He started in 9th, but Nikita Genza leads. Raphael Renhofer going towards the inside. Oh, that was close, going up the inside through the chicane, through into turn 3. Schoenmakers retaliates and goes up the inside, as it looks like Magnus Pedersen trying to go through on the inside of Valentin Klus. 4th place gets the position. And in the meantime, one of the drivers that's lost out big time is Farin Mega, and he is outside of the top 8 places at the minute, as the top 6 make their way through, being led by Nikita Genza. There's a little bit of a headway between himself and Lukas Schoenmakers. Schoenmakers was just over 6 tenths of a second adrift as they came across the line to complete lap number 1. Raphael Renhofer looks towards the inside of Schoenmakers through turn 12, but the Dutchman gets quickly on the tight apex. This is a bit of a drama, I think, for Nevio Fischer, who falls a little bit further back behind Valentin Klus, who rounds out the top 5. Magnus Pedersen just up ahead from Denmark. Renhofer looking to push the envelope of adhesion, trying to get past Lukas Schoenmakers. There's this 3 wide going into turn 4, and that means that Schoenmakers and Renhofer run wide. Pedersen now slots into 3rd, but Valentin Klus jumps all of them in the process. 3 positions made in 1 corner alone. Valentin Klus, that's why he's the current points leader. He uses the advantage to his best. He started from 7th, he's now in 2nd, and now the chase against ahead of trying to catch up to Nikita Genza really begins. Valentin Klus, we know he's got the pace. Now it's time to dust off the gloves and get fighting, and that's what they've got to do right now. Pedersen ahead of Renhofer. Schoenmakers rounds out the top 5 positions ahead of Nevio Fischer. Raphael Balzer now up into 7th place in the 217. A great job from the youngster, looking for another top 10 finish this weekend to round off a great job in the office. Farin Mega, Maurice Meis now round out the top 9. Leon Arndt has just been passed, I think, by Richard Thomas, going into turn 3 for 10th position. So the top 5 were covered by just 1.8 seconds as we completed lap number 3. We're on lap number 4. Valentin Klus puts in a 51.917 second lap time, and that was nearly 4 tenths quicker than the leader. Farin Mega sets the fastest lap of anybody. The youngster on the 245 of 51.680. As now Pedersen feeling a bit of pressure now from Raphael Renhofer. Schoenmakers not too far behind. He's got the ringside seat for third position at the moment. 7 minutes and 33 seconds still to go. Genza crosses the line to complete lap number 4 as the leader. Valentin Klus trying to chase him down, and goes
a significant increase quicker as Renhofer up the inside of Pedersen through turn 4. Pedersen runs wide. Schoenmaker's up the inside now into 4th place. Here comes Neville Fischer as Pedersen goes defensive. Analyses the situation, reacts accordingly and instinctively. As now Neville Fischer gets passed by Rafael Balza and also Fahim Mega through turn 8 at the same time. More drama than you could shake a stick at here in Junior Rotax. Race 2, 5th race of the meeting for these young drivers. As now Valentin Klus closes on Nikita Genza. The battle for the lead well and truly on. And it is about how quickly Rafael Renhofer and Lukas Schoenmakers try to close on the 2 in front. The chase truly begins. Valentin Klus has got a great run of momentum going through into turn 3. He's closing quickly. Not enough this time around to close up on turn 4, but there's a little bit of a mistake there from Nikita Genza. That allows Valentin Klus to close up. Renhofer still keeping out of Schoenmakers as Magnus Pedersen being closed in on by the young pairing of Fahim Mega and Rafael Balza, who now complete the top 7 positions. Morris Schmei's not too far behind in 8th. Neville Fischer in 9th. In 10th place it is the 2:05 of Richard Thomas, it looks like. But now the top 4 starting to close up. As I think I've seen there's been a bit of a problem for Fahim Mega. I don't know if he's had a drama, but Rafael Balza now really needs to start pushing. The youngster from the Buehler Kart Racing team now up into 5th place. He's got Morris Schmeiss chasing him down, going through turn 3. Richard Thomas now up into 9th. Leon Art now up into 10th. Kian Agasade up into 11th position. Magnus Pedersen drops out of the top 13 positions. Morris Schmeiss now putting the pressure on Rafael Balza through turn 7, now into 8, now into the right at 9, through the chicane exit, a little bit sideways from Balza as he manages to control it through turn 10. Schmeiss running the back bumper of the 217, but he manages to get past through turn number 11, but Balza quick on the counter offensive, looks towards the outside through turn 12. Both take a tighter apex. Got Neville Fischer closing down on them. Nikita Genza still leads after 7 laps completed. 4 minutes 55 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. Klus looks close. He's close and he's got past. He's taken the lead through on lap number 8 through turn 3. Valentin Klus hits the front, but watch out for the 2 behind. Renhofer has been closing quietly behind the 2 in front as Nikita Genza looked up the inside of Valentin Klus to try and get the lead through turn 6. But no dice for the 226 on that particular occasion. Renhofer looking incredibly fast, and he's the fastest out on circuit. 51.101 from the youngster from FM Racing. And now there is a 3-way scrap for 5th place, because just behind Rafael Balza, who rounds out the top 6 positions behind Morris Schmeiss, is Neville Fischer. Fahim Mega has now got the wind back in his sails in the 245. He now comes around the final corner. He's going to start chasing him down. He rounds out the top 8. Renhofer close enough to strike again. Genza, and up towards the inside goes the 233 for 2nd position. Genza quickly counter-attacks, but can't get through on turn 5. 3 minutes and 45 seconds still to go. Klus has got a lead of about 0.37 of a second ahead of Renhofer. And it is closing quickly, rather quickly, and probably a lot quicker than Valentin Klus probably wants. The top 4 have now made it through turn 11 as they head to turn 12. Morris Schmeiss has now started to go a little bit further away from Rafael Balza, who now has Fahim Mega for company, who in turn has got past Neville Fischer. Fischer down to 8th, but Mega now up to 7th. He's going to try and go for 6 very quickly. Top 4 now negotiating turn 3. Balza getting pressurised by Mega on the run down to turn 4, and Mega up the inside of the 217. Fischer nearly goes through as well if the door was wider open by the 217 of Balza, but Balza keeps it on the Black Star. Valentin Klus still continues to lead. Renhofer getting pressure now from Nikita Genza. Renhofer was the one doing the chasing for 2nd position. Now he's the one being chased. Genza on in the draft of the 233. Schoenmakers is just biding his time, waiting for his chance. As Balsa now gets passed by Nevio Fischer. So Rafael Balsa now looking to find it up on the inside of the 236. Through the final couple of corners, it's Nikita Genza close enough to strike at Rafael Henhofer. As Balsa keeping on the back bumper of Fischer through turn 3. Incredible commitment from the youngster from the Budakart racing team. As Nevio Fischer goes a little bit wide through turn 4. Balsa keeps with him. That's a great, determined, mature drive from the 217, but now the top 3. And now make it the top 4. Head towards turn 11. 1 minute and 50 still remain in this race, plus an additional lap. Valentin Kluster tries to do everything he can. He keeps against to step the fastest lap of anybody. A 50.915. Valentin Kluster a 50.981. 1 minute and 30 seconds still remain, plus 1 lap. Genza looking up the inside of Henhofer. Henhofer runs a little bit wide, the back end switches on the 233 and Genza gets past for second. Made that move before he even cuts the end of turn 4. Balata still keeping in touching distance with Nevio Fischer in the battle for 7th position. It's Farid Mega now closing on Morris Schneis for 5th place. They now make their way through turn 7. Kianaga starting a little bit further back and surrounding at the top 9 ahead of Magnus Pedersen from Denmark, who completes the top 10. Unfortunately, we've had 1 retirement, and all the excitement on the very first lap was Luigi Gazzolo. But the top 3 become by just over 4.5 tenths. So Klus still leads. Now we come round to complete lap number 12. 41 seconds on the clock remaining. We go on to the penultimate lap. Genza sets the fastest lap of anybody at 50.821 second lap time. Gap now down less than 3 tenths of a second by my reckoning on the way that cars are circulating at the top of the front part of the field through the top 3. Keeps again to trying to keep the nice smooth and controlled as we've had more drivers trying to go as Magnus Pedersen goes up the inside and Kianaga set it for 9th through turn 6. Balsa still keeping on pace with Nevio Fischer. They are within 0.06 of a second of each other on pure pace. Last lap board this time around from Junior Rotax. Valentin Kluster has just over 1,350 metres to negotiate. Got Genza and Henhofer trying to close. It's the last opportunity for the pair of them to try and get the victory. So with the way things stand, if the results stand as they are, Nikita Genza will be the day result winner here at Wackersdorf for Sunday. Through turn 6 for the final time. Genza is that close, as is Henhofer. 1 mistake from Valentin Kluster, and it could all go by the wayside. They come through the chicane for the final time. As we've had a 5-second penalty given to Farid Mega for a collision, an unavoidable collision. And we've also had one for Morris Schneis for pushing. Now the question on Backers won't have enough time to close because we're fast coming to the end of the race. The checkered flag now will wave. Valentin Kluster from Morris competition takes the victory ahead of Nikita Genza by 0.236 seconds. Henhofer takes third. Schumacher's fourth. Farid Mega and Morris Schneis get post-race penalties, which by my reckoning puts Nevio Fischer 5th and Rafael Balsa up into 6th position at the end of this race. Some great sportsmanship being shown between Nevio Fischer and Rafael Balsa through turn 6. That just shows the amount of respect these drivers have with each other. Magnus Pedersen and Kianaga will more than likely only to tell that Farid Mega will drop down into, I think, 7th position. Morris Schneis will drop down a little bit further back, probably a further position. So put Magnus Pedersen in 9th. Kianaga running at the top 10. Leon Arndt and Richard Thomas round at the top 12 ahead of Louis Jacobs. Janis Diak and Robert Hillebrands round out the top 15, with Maximilian Pergand completing the 16 but finished the 14-lap race distance.
Okay, warte. So, jetzt.
Gut gemacht, Rafa! Woo! Darf ich mich vorstellen wie die Mutter? Woo! Danke. Jetzt bin ich vielleicht.
All racing drivers must collect their race licenses from the race cells after their final races and set of the race sessions. Thank you.
City Rotax now out on the circuit, having been released from the pre-grid. 14 minutes plus an additional lap to complete their racing over the course of the weekend. Here's the grid. The pole position will be the 333. Linus Henson will lead the field from pole. Then it's the 306 to the UAE 10 half, who completes the front row. Fabian Bock in the 318 and Tim Nikometz make it at all with Voigt Motorsport, row 2. Lukas Hartmann from Cab Motorsport and Vincent Clark from JB Racing complete the top 3 rows ahead of the Eurocard Racing teams with Hamfeld, Nico team from JJ Racing completing the top 4 rows. Then completing the top 10 is Voigt Motorsport with the Paul Passing the 307, Cab Motorsport from Explosion with 313. Finchdiak will be on the outside of row number 6, will be alongside the number 316 of Jan Heinen, who starts from 11th. Lucas van Bargenack will start on the inside of row number 7 with Matthew Reinhardt alongside. Maximilian Kupper completes the top 15 with Luca Costa, Jan-Dominic Schneider, Benny Bound, Yannick Hermann, Rotten Griffin Falker, Lucas Thompson and Bastian Barrage, completing the 22-strong grid. It will be down to the pairing of Linus Henson and Yuri Tenhef to control the pace on the rolling start. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. We have this plus 2 and races this way. They come over the crest. They now go through turns 13, now into the final corner. They will start to accelerate as they now enter into the tram lines for the final time. Revs rise, lights are out, we are off from the wagon racing. Great start from both Linus Henson and Yuri Tenhab as they head through turn 3 for the first time. Nearly 2-3 abreast towards the middle part of the top 10 as they head through turn 4. And one driver's made an absolutely brilliant start, like a rat up a drain pipe, and that was the 3:30 of Vincent France, who's managed to make his way up to third place from 8th on the grid. These drivers were tripping all over each other going through turn 4 for the first time. Henston about a 5 to 6 car. Turn 12. Vincent France now closing on through 10. Just behind him is number 2 and 18. Having the car. Just trying to see the next. So we're going to tear them. They're going to go up to the 5. That one completes it. Henson has to lead just over 6.5 tenths to the second over Yuri Tenhab. And now he's going to be passed by Vincent France going into turn 4. And then through also comes Fabian Bockel, nearly does, but then Yuri Tenhab shuts the door before turn 5. It's nearly the Concertina train heading into turn 6 as the lights of Timmy Kometz and Luca Thiel now complete the top 6. Philipp Hamprecht now in 7th place, just behind us, Lukas Hartmann on 309. Then it's the 307 of the contract who stays in 9th position as Lucas Thompson. Looks to be up into at least 16th position by my count. He made up a handful of places. You can make that into a top 15 by my reckoning now. Once again, the leaders come across the start-finish line to complete lap number 2. Vincent France has gone well over 3 tenths of a second quicker, I think they're 3.5 tenths quicker than Linus Henson, who now knows that the 3:30 from JJ Racing is closing. As now Lucatier goes up the inside of Fabian Bock, as does Philipp Hamprecht. Oh, Bock drifts a little bit wider after a little bit of sidewall contact between the pair. 11 minutes and 50 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Henson's lead is around about nearly 7 tenths of a second, and the completion of that one is now being showcased at just over 4 tenths. Still very much a game of strategy now. If there is a gap, the driver will go for it. The gap between first and second has now been absolutely decimated. It's now up the inside of Linus Henson. Goes Vincent France up into the lead of the race. Fabian Bock drops down to 8th place behind the likes of Luca Thiel, Philipp Hamprecht and Lukas Hartmann. There's now Hamprecht, now closing in the back bumper of this time, Timmy Kometz. That is for 5th place. It's Luca Thiel in the 399 just ahead of the 303 in 4th position. Drivers negotiating their way through the circuit via the chicane. Lukas Thompson is on an absolute good pillage of speed. 312 going side by side with the 392 of the Luke Schneider. That was for around about 12th position. A great job from the youngster who was unfortunately eliminated after contact between himself and Luca Thiel. Left the 312 retired after 6 laps of racing. Now, I think Timmy Kometz has just got up the inside of Luca Thiel for 4th position through turn 4 and blocks the door off before turn 5 even happens. Philipp Hamprecht and Fabian Bock close in proximity, as well as Lukas Hartmann, Julia Ponkratz and Maximilian Kupper, who complete the top 10. 10 minutes to go. Henson now trying to close on the back bumper of Vincent France. Vincent France last time around did a 50.373 lap time. That's impressive, and that was over half a second quicker than Henson. But Henson is trying to close up once again. Gap now down to 0.263 seconds as Luca Thiel quickly in the slipstream of Timmy Kometz in the battle for 4th place. As now Henson closes up on Vincent France through into turn 6, now into 7, into the right at 8. Through into the next right-hander at 9 before the left-hander at 10 brings them out of the chicane. Lieutenant completes the top three. Ahead of Tim Nicometz, Lucatil. Trying to close on them. They need to put in the lap time, but it's just over 10th of a second quicker. And Lucatil has got Fabian Bock, Lukas Hartmann just behind. Julia Poncratz has got an advantage of just over 4/10 of a second on Maximilian Cooper. As we go on to lap number 7. Fabian Bock was looking to go up the inside of Philip Handfeld through turn 3, but the space was quickly running out. So they circumnavigated their way through the corner. And the top 18 drivers were covered by just 7 seconds from first to 18th on that last lap. Now to lap number 7 of this race. By the pace that they are setting, with Nina Svensson having now set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 5. We could be looking at close to 18 laps completed. 6 minutes down, 8 minutes to go past the lap. Lucatil closing once again on Tim Nicometz as Fabian Bock sweeps up on the side of Philip Handfeld. Through turn number 3 once again. This time got the opportunity. He now makes it up into P6. Nina Svensson still keeping within distance of Vincent France. Watch out for the driver in the 306 who rounds out the top 3. He's just set the fastest lap of this race in the 50.295 second lap time. Lucatil still trying to get past Tim Nicometz. There's Lukas Hartmann now trying to close on Fabian Bock. Just so happens to be Philip Handfeld in the 337. Hartmann, Poncratz and Cooper round out the top 10. Bastian Barlage has now got up. He started down in 22nd position and last. And now is up to 16th place, just behind Max Busch. It's getting very, very close indeed between the top 3. Ten Hef again was the quickest of all 3 of them. 50.209 second lap time. Henson 50.333. 50.353 from the leader, Vincent France. He's not able to get away. He's not able to break the toe. Lap 9 completed, and it is still a strategic stalemate between the 3 up front. Lucatil now gets past Tim Nicometz. He could have Fabian Bock going up his inside through turn 4, but not on this particular occasion. Philip Handfeld now fighting Lukas Hartmann just behind in the battle for 7th position. Here's Julia Poncratz and Maximilian Cooper. Lukas Thompson now up into 11th place from 21st on the grid. It's a positional gain of 10 places over the course of the last just over 8 minutes of this race that has transpired thus far. Top 3 were covered by 0.644 seconds last time around. This time it's 0.611. Lucatil in 4th, now sets the fastest lap. That's the 316. 380, well, I'm just keeping an eye on a bit further down the order. 360 of Jan Heinen. He's just managed to get past the end of Luke Schneider. Schneider 4th, 13th place. It's now the battle for what is 7th. It's the Handfeld train in full effect as he's got the likes of Lukas Hartmann, Julia Poncratz, then it's Maximilian Cooper, Lukas Thompson, and Lukas Babajanak, the post for the company. It's now Babajanak, there's a bit of a barge up the inside from Jan-Luc Schneider. Babajanak will just wait until they come through, that was through turn 12. Nina Svensson now being closed on once again by Yuri Tenhef. Tenhef looking close enough to strike. Some drivers looking to make position gains as Julia Poncratz, I think, might be losing out to Lukas Thompson as Thompson now takes 9th. As nearly a little bit of a clash between the pair as Julie Pomfrats had to jam on the anchors, put on the brakes rather quickly. That means she nearly went into the back of 312 of Lucas Thompson. The 307 from White Motorsport quickly, narrowly avoided a difficult situation there. Over the crest come the three leaders. As that is Lucas Thompson. Lucas Thompson pointing the wrong way. After all that hard work and effort, he had got past. I think there is, I'm not too sure if there might have been contact that was out of my line of sight, unfortunately. But Pomfrats and Lucas Thompson were battling away for position. Thompson looks like he's back up to racing speed, but that drops him down to the penultimate position in the field. Down to 21st, he tumbles, unfortunately, after 12 positions gained over a 10-minute span. That is definitely a day I think that Lucas Thompson will want to get a time out of race 1. Race 2 went so well until turn 11, just a lap ago. Leaders come across the line to complete lap number 13. As Yuri Tenhef in the meantime has got past Linus Hansen for second place. Fabian Bock trying to close on Tim Metz. Lucas Hartmann. And now I've just noticed that Philip Hampfrecht has dropped down the order. And Philip Hampfrecht, he's parked on the inside of turn 11. So whether that might have been a result, I'm not too sure. Whether there was contact between the pair of them, there's a lot of speculation. Anything can happen in racing, so Philip Hampfrecht will now have to sit out for the next 2.5 minutes on the sidelines. And then plus the initial lap. So about just over 3 minutes of competition still remaining. 2 minutes and 20 to go. Yuri Tenhef has been pushing and was over a tenth quicker last time around the completion of lap 13. Lap 14 now done and dusted. And he's gone. That is 0.225 tenths of a second quicker than the leader. So Vincent France knows that Yuri Tenhef is closing. Linus Hansen don't count out the 333 from Kashmi.de on this particular occasion. But then bring into the equation once again Luca Thiel. That's the top four. Tim Metz and Fabian Bock are trying to chase them down. And Philip Hampfrecht will be classed as a retirement. He is sitting on the sidelines. It's just unfortunately a mere formality. Not the way what the 337 from the Euro Cup Racing Team wanted to end the weekend. Finchdiak has got past Max Busch for 14th place. And once again, the leaders now across the line. 1 minute and 19 seconds to go, plus one lap. Luca Thiel has been closing, is actually the quickest out of the top four. 50.335. Second quickest was the leader Vincent France. Third quickest was Linus Hansen with Yuri Tenhef in second, the slowest out of the top quartet. Finchdiak gets past Jan-Luc Schneider for what is 13th position. It is still very much a case of wait and see the story unfold before your very eyes in terms of the battle for the lead. Yuri Tenhef has been pushing like crazy. Mostly slightly dropping off in the latter throws the race. We've got less than 30 seconds to go. On to the penultimate lap it is. Lap number 17 of the race. We'll have the 18th and final lap as soon as Vincent France crosses the start-finish line to take the last lap ball. So Lucas Thompson is still in 20th position, 2.13 seconds behind Yannick Herrmann. As there's been a few more changes as the likes of Jan-Luc Schneider and Max Busch are battling away for position. So, 0 is on the time. One more lap after this. Yuri Tenhef is the closest one to Vincent France in the fifth and final senior Rotax race of the weekend. Just over 1,250 metres to negotiate for JJ Racing's Vincent France. As now Linus Hansen goes ultra defensive on Luca Thiel going into turn 3. Oh, it's a little tap from behind from the JJ Racing driver, nearly upset on the back of Linus Hansen, who manages to hold on and keep that. Oh, there's another touch between the pair. Luca Thiel is trying to force Linus Henson into a mistake through his own. Oh, Luca Thiel's just he's got, as they say, I think he's just been hoisted by his own petard there. I think he's got a taste of his own medicine. Henson is not giving any quarter. Timmy Kemes tries to keep in front of Luca Thiel as the pair go side by side out of turn 11. But now Timmy Kemes will get the place. As now Fabian Bock goes up the inside and Luca Thiel is being mobbed, quite literally. But round the final corner we come. What a deserving drive. Vincent France takes the checkered flag and wins the race. Yuri Tenhev in second, Linus Henson in third. And Luca Thiel, how did he pull that one out of the bag? He got back to fourth at the end of the race. Finished ahead of Timmy Kemes and Fabian Bock. Must have got a really good run out of the final couple of corners. Lucas Hartmann takes seventh ahead of Julia Bonfatz. Lukas Verbazhanak and Jan Heinen round out the top 10. Bastian Barlange takes 11th ahead of Maximilian Kupper, Max Busch, Jan-Luc Schneider, and Finn Stiak rounding out the top 15 ahead of Lasse Reinhardt, Luca Köster, Denny Bound, Yannick Herrmann, Lukas Thompson, and not in Griffith Falke, with unfortunately Philip Hamprecht not finishing the race. We come to our penultimate race of the weekend here at Wackersdorf. It's now time for D2. And let's have a look at the grid ahead of 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing action. From pole position, it is the 42 competition driver in form of Nicholas Bennett on the 431 entry to start from pole position. Bonnie Kepler in the 499 will line up alongside in the front row. Right, that's up with Max Flash in the 427. Steve is going to the top 2 rows. Robin running time in the 432 for this race. The run up the top 3 Robin Ross, Mike Bartels in the 438. Robin running time in the 422 for this race. And Jacobs alongside. In the top 10, it's Nick Racing's managed to get and we follow up from Patrick Philip in the 468. The 15 from the order, Thomas Rotax, the 20 from the Rotax. Finished that off from Anton Mason to Rotax, the 3 good start. Francisco Bern will complete the top 13 in the 425. Tim Stender from the Villa Cup Racing Team in the 409. And RS Competitions, Marcel Steinert in the 413. We had technical dramas in just the first handful of laps in the earlier first race. Red lights are on the starting gantry for the penultimate time this weekend. Then we head to Wittenborn, the penultimate weekend of October. The drivers have now gone over the crest, which leads them into the final couple of corners, 2 right-handers here at Wackersdorf. They start to approach the tram lines. They now start to split there, keeping its waiting. The revs now start to build. The driving starts to accelerate. Lead start, lights down, and we're off the way. A good start from Max Flash when he's really run up into second position, having got past Bonnie Kepler on the start up into second place. Now he's going to quickly try and challenge Nicholas Keynes and see if he can get past the 431 from 42 competition. And this thing rounds down to the top 4 places. Ryan Runback, I think, is up to 5th place. Just behind will be Mark Bartels in the 488. Ryan Runback on the running back behind the 422. That's one, 11. And gets side by side between there and all that's closed. Mark Bartels has to relinquish the place. And just behind them, looks to be that Yannick Jacobs might have made up a couple of positions in the meantime. He's also got a pass Kevin Shearer. I think that might be behind the triple threat that he's faced in. Now up into what is 10th position, having been up until his time as 8th into the initial throw to the race. Yannick Jacobs has a bit of a dice with Mark Bartels, so I think he's now covering the pressure from Yannick Shearer. It's Marcel Steinert tries to go for this touch here, and the Jonas Holstein goes around the outside of the 413 through turn 6. Drivers within striking distance of each other. That's Keynes. It's Bonnie Kepler. Bonnie Kepler. Now up into the 4th place past Dennis Dean. On the right back rounds out in the top 6. Ahead of Mark Bartels, Yannick Jacobs and Janis Shearer. Jonas Holstein convinced. That's a complete top 10 for Bobby from Marcel Steinert. That's now ready to make past the 420 and back in Deutschland. Top 5 getting ever closer to each other still as they come through the chicane. Down into turn 11, that's Nancy 4. That's a 3-second penalty. Heads to the 4-4. Then it's Thiem, who's now got 2. That was 2 wheels down on the tram lines, out of the corridor on the start lanes. Thiem is currently 5th. Another dropping back there, a lot further back the end down the order. Another lap in the books. Lap 3 completed. Then still leads. Fleischmann. Now flying
Reichenbach. He's trying to go up the inside before he's left race needs to take third place. Second place he does. Fleischmann runs wide, and that allows Johnny Goodler to also get through. Now the 499 happens to what is defensively third place. Even though Dennis Speed is running in fifth place on the road, that is not going to help. 3-second time penalty post-race. When it comes to the minis, the 422 of Oliver Reichenbach, round out the top 5 positions. Yes, great thing to go. It stays as close as it is between the top 10. It is being rounded out by the engineer at the moment. The young class in China has now made his way up the order. Good first. And it's the outside the top 10. So we've now completed 4 laps of this race. Reichenbach will now start to attack the Cascades as we now approach the completion of the first 4 minutes of this race. Now we're down to the level. After 20 seconds to go past an additional lap. It's closed. China is down in 8th position. He is absolutely flying. He's catching Mark Bartels considerably. It's about half a mile length or so between the area. Bartels will go in that defensive direction and rounds out. Top line having got past and again got off. Now completing the top 10. 8 minutes and 55 seconds still to go. Plus 1 lap. Last second up the inside for Max still lifting nowhere. Through past Nick Cascades to now take the lead, and Ronnie Gertler nearly went past as well in the process. Up 4:31 for 42 competition manages to keep things going. Stays in second. 4th is Max Fleischmann. 5th is Dennis Dean. Dennis Dean, but it's going to drop outside the top 10. It's going to time. We'll put it around about the 12th position. Last approaching 8 minutes and 13 seconds still to go. Now, Reichenbach has gone away. Nick Cascades coming out of pressure now from Ronnie Gertler. As we now head into turn number 4, now into the left at 5. Everyone trying to hit the braking points in the right opportunities. Momentum carried through the corners. It's come through the chicane. 7 minutes and 50 seconds to straight past 1 lap. Second, third, 4th and 5th continues. Second going forward. Closing of the Cascades, heading under the gantry. Gertler, as he gets to the one time, to prevent the drive off the inside, leading to turn 4 for second position, not this time around. 7 minutes of the race distance completed as Ronnie Gertler has now got past Nick Cascades. 7 minutes to go plus an additional lap of this final Division 2 race of the weekend. It's Wallen has been got past Gavin Ladbrokes. Position is Ronnie Gertler. Gets past this one by Nick Cascades. And he does so, jumping in the line corner. Not fast. behind Florian Breidenbach. The gap now is 1.68 seconds between him and what would have been Ronnie Göttler, but Göttler who stays in second for the moment. Lukas Keynes leads the battle between himself and Max Fleischmann. Was third. Two races on the weekend. Now Dennis Steen tries to drive inside of Max Fleischmann to now take forward over. Fleischmann brings in the strong through turn 12 up against him. There goes side by side into turn 13. It's Fleischmann that comes out of the turn 13. That 10 completed. Gap between first and second now up to 1.740 seconds. Florian Breidenbach and Ronnie Göttler. Lukas Keynes now still in third place as Fleischmann still keeps ahead of Dennis Steen. Just behind him is Marcel Steiner in the 4:13 from Morris competition. This is a much better showing from the driver who has had his fair share of drivers and that weekend. Florian Breidenbach is the one that has been sending the pace out of the front of the field. 49.431 second lap time from the 4:33. He leads after what is now 11 laps. 4 minutes and 45 seconds still to go. So Tim Stender is unfortunately retired on lap number 7 during proceedings. As the 4:25 of Francisco Bern is now the 14th and last driver has completed all the 11 laps that has taken place so far. Florian Breidenbach continues to have a lead around 1.8 seconds. Ahead of Göttler, Hayes in the third place. Max Fleischmann in fourth. Lucas Dennis Steen, Marcel Steiner rounds out the top. Second time penalty post-race. Like Yannick Jacobs has had a bit of a drama and his car is actually off of the circuit between turns 7 and 8, so Yannick Jacobs will now become our second retiree of this race on lap number 11. I've just been keeping an eye on what's been going on between Fleischmann and Steiner, and Steiner was only just over 3 tenths per second behind Dennis Steen in the 4:04. Head into the last 180 seconds, plus 1 lap of the penultimate race of the weekend. Florian Breidenbach has continued to keep on pushing, putting in lap after lap. Puts in the fastest lap of anybody on the completion of lap 13 with a 49.315. Ronnie Göttler, 2.264 seconds to go. In second place, ahead of Lukas Keynes. Led by Max Fleischmann, Dennis Steen and Marcel Steiner. Still managing the top 6. Mark Bartels, Janis Riak, Jonas Holscheid completes the top 10. Dennis Botter in 11th, Johnny Shallow and Francisco Bern. Last of the 13 drivers still circulating. The time is from Tim Stender on lap 7, Yannick Jacobs on lap number 11 of the race. Over a minute and a half to go. Florian Breidenbach now goes into lap number 16, another 2 laps after this one. So he completes the D2 racing action before D2 Masters closes out the show.
has got a gap of nearly 1.3 seconds between himself and Niklas Krens, who continues to hold on to third place for the minute. Max Fleischmann, Dennis Thiem and Marcel Steinert still behind. 407 from FM Racing in fourth, number 431 from 42 position. On to the penultimate lap. Still keeping ahead of Dennis Thiem to the right. Leading out towards turn number 6. The penultimate time of the race. Max Fleischmann still trying to pressurise Niklas Krens for that final spot in the top 3. Dennis Thiem, as I said earlier, will have a 3-second time penalty. As a result of that will drop him down to around 9th position at the end of that 8th position at the end of this race by my record. As all up the inside goes Jonas Stier and Jonas Volscheid. They're battling away for 9th place. Jonas Stier has to cut the inside of the Harrington Volscheid driver and misses out completely. Tried to go up the inside of the 420 and that compromised her run through turn 13 and 14. Onto the last lap for DD2. Chicane now negotiated by the 433 of Florian Reidenbach. He finished in 5th position after race 1. Now he's on course to be victorious. Over the rest comes the 433 from News Racing. Checker flag. Now starts the wave for Florian Reidenbach in the 433 from News Racing, who wins the final race of the DD2 again. 20 second. Niklas Krens in 3rd. Max Fleischmann 4th. Dennis Thiem finished in 5th. As a result of that, will now drop to 8th position behind Marcel Steinert, Oliver Breitenbach, and it will be the fact that he will be behind Mark Bartels, who takes 7th. Jonas Volscheid in 9th, ahead of Jonas Stier, who completes the top 10, with Hannes Bodder, Denny Shallow and Franziska Böhm running out the 13. Finished the complete race distance, with Yannick Jacobs retiring due to technical dramas on lap 11, and Tim Stender on lap 7.